testing. Twitch.tv. Am I live right now? Yes, I am. Is audio working? It is working. Okay. Yep, that's the notification from my phone. All right, I'm going to be a second because I'm still working something out. So I gotta look at something. BTube Studio. Paste off advertisement. Oh boy, I get to add new parameters. All right. Up. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Okay, that's working. Frick, that's a bunch. Okay. So that's shrug. Be Bridger. Okay, so that's working. Cool, cool, cool. Add. We're gonna do this backwards. Cause drop in. Okay, there we go. That's working now. Okay, yeah. Working. Then mouth X. Okay, moving to side to side. Cool, cool, cool. Funnel. Mouth funnel. Okay, that looks like it's working. It's being a little not sensitive, so I'll need to adjust that, but should have something to show soon. Howdy, howdy, Vendel. Yeah, I'm screwing with stuff right now, so scroll wheel is going a bit crazy. All right, so if that's funnel, then I think this is the last one. Yes. Yes. Okay. I don't know if that's smoothing doing that or if it's a I need to adjust the parameters thing. Let me try. Mouth open. Okay, yeah, I'm maxing out at like 0.7. So if I put that to 0.5, well, okay, that's opening more. Okay, it's opening more, but it's not any more sensitive. Okay, hold on. Mouth. Jaw open. Let's remove that. Okay, I need to also adjust that. There. Okay, yeah, it's basically experiencing the same thing. So if we do that, okay. So that's opening. Yeah. Okay. I think it's working. I think. Is it? Up. AU. Okay, that it tracked. Okay. Okay. This can be dropped down as well as this. Mouth funnel. What was this one? Okay. Point like 4. Okay. That's kind of working. It's looking a little better. That works fine. So it's mostly just the mouth opening that's weirdly not working right. Also, I think I put this a little too high. Yeah, that's too low. Oh, that's what I meant. 0.7. Oh, ooh. Okay, whatever. It's gonna be a little jank anyway, so who knows? Mouth smile. Okay, we can lower that a little bit because otherwise it's not gonna ever detect me smiling. It sucks that there's now like 4 programs I'm balancing to figure out if this is working. Ordered the newest expansion to Spirit Island Saturday and got it delivered a little bit ago. Hell yeah. New stuff is always cool. Which I am currently experiencing. But it is a little rough. Okay, I think that is working. Again, it still feels weirdly like it's not following my mouth right. Mouth open. Okay. Yeah, it like doesn't pick this up. Hold on. It picks it up. Just to let y'all know, because I've been not talking about anything for a second. I got VBridger, which is supposed to make the VTube model work slightly better. And I can already kind of tell it is, which is good because I put a bunch of effort into reworking the model slightly to make this work. Is it just that I'm looking away a little bit? I think it is. Okay, so it should be that when I'm looking forward, it tracks me pretty okay. Okay, yeah. That's the... I think that's the case. I hope that's the case. Oh well, it's working, mostly. So let me close this. No, don't close that. Just minimize it. Pop open OBS. Let's close settings. Now, no, that's the wrong one. This one. All right. There we go. Gotta see the new stuff they added. I found out today that the eggs I have in my Pokemon games are also randomized instead of giving you a Togepi. That's very cool. But yeah, so this is what I was working on. Might be a little hard to see. I'll zoom in a little bit. But now, the mouth isn't just like doing basically marionette or puppet movement. Now, it actually has blend shapes, and it could do lip syncing and like proper facial tracking. So I can do like and make my mouth wide. And it just generally works a little bit better than the pure audio setup it was basically working with. Gotta work. Yeah, you gotta walk that, like, mile for every egg. That'll be fun. But, you know, you might get, like, Rayquaza out of it or something. Who knows? But yeah, this is what I've been working on. It's working now, which I'm glad of, because I spent $200 on an iPhone 12 to make it work. And if it wasn't working, I'd be a little sad. But it is, so I'm not sad. Your cousin got a seal. That's how you figured it out. A C. Alright, so I'm gonna get back to being small over here. There we go. Okay. As stream title suggests, now that I've been live for like 13 minutes, I can finally get around to starting the game. It's the end of the year, so I'm gonna finish out strong with continuing my Terra Invicta playthrough. Oh, apparently, full 1.0 comes out on January 5th. Cool. Oh, that's weird. I don't know why it's doing that. For some reason, it, like, jitters weirdly. Like, I saw that was a problem with some of the other facial tracking options with VBridger. But, it mostly showed that with other tracking types. So it's a little odd that it's also happening with this. It's got a full iPhone running. Is this from last time too? In what way? Also, I'm gonna check audio. Twitch.tv. The last time I played Terra Invicta. Model, no. I was running PNG model at the time. save file, yes. I'm continuing the same save file from last time. Yeah, I don't quite know what you mean. Load. Look at this load on. Nah, you're fine. I'm just incapable of telling what you mean. I'm incapable of telling what most people mean. Except about the save file. Yes. Save file is the same as last time. Same resistance save. It's been like almost a month, so I do not remember what state it's in. So hopefully past me did not leave me a terrible save. You're plugged in, you bastard. Cancel. No, I don't want low power mode because it's gotta run. I think there's like a optimized for long time streaming. Okay. I think, is that still working? Back. Okay, yes, it's still working. Good. Hopefully that should mean that continues to work. If it breaks completely or dies or something else, I can swap back to the other model. Because this is actually a completely separate model. It's identical, but it is different. Alright, standby. Oh, oops. I never... Terra Invicta. Game capture. Terra Invicta. There we go. Also, I can't tell if the audio's fine because my phone is doing that thing where it refuses to acknowledge the stream's existence. So that's fine. Alright. Yeah, same but different. Let's get a look-see at what the state of the world is. We got a bunch of ships coming in. From the various alien fleets. Around Earth, we've got a lot of stations in low Earth orbit. Sun Tzu Station, which is one of our money makers, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Skunk Works, point defense arrays. What was your purpose? Orbital Core Operation Center, that's right. You were going to be in Operation Center 1. Okay, voice is not quite matching up on part of the game. Okay, let me bump that up. And how's that? Is that better? Let's see, you were an operational hub. You were going to be doing maintaining our mission control. As for the state of the world, we've got Unified America. We're at 2.2 unity, which is not amazing, but we are overall improving. Mostly unified European Union. Okay. Glad to hear that it's better and that the game is not blasting out your ear holes and that I'm audible. Alright, so you still got Kazakhstan. It's still pumping out a good amount of boost, but EU is pumping out a lot more. America has a pretty an okay amount of boost, mostly a lot of science. What do I have it prioritized as? Okay. So I've been watching some stuff on Terra Invicta recently, and it all implies that focusing more, not doing this like spreading out priorities thing I've been doing, is generally better. Like, it's not amazing for a country in the short term, but it is better in the long term for, like, actually getting stuff done. So I'm probably going to refocus some things. Namely, I'm probably going to focus the US into building a bunch of mission control. Unfortunately, I also learned I am over the hate cap for mission control. So that's at like 80, if I remember correctly. And I'm currently at 100. So they are not liking how much mission control I'm using. On the alien front, let's get a look at their fleets. We've got a Corvette making its way to Earth, transport making its way to Earth, a frigate and an escort making its way to Earth, a battleship making its way to Earth, joining up with Victor 6. Which is Victor 6? Whichever it's joining. Okay. So yeah, they've got a bunch of stuff moving towards Earth, which I learned last time does not necessarily mean they hate me. It just means that they're here for somebody. As of now, in terms of aliens on Earth, I think I know of at least one. Yeah, because there's this one in the US, which I don't like being here. There's a bunch of Xenoflora wreaking havoc on Western Africa, which is fun. The Pan-Asian Combine is becoming a thing. Okay. United North America, we might want to star that, because we're going to kind of need a big power to combat Super China. Because, I think... What does the Pan-Asian Combine... What can they control? I at the very least think Pan-Asian Combine can merge in India. Which, considering that it was able to join the faction... let's see, from this way. Non-hostile claim... Okay. So it can't... They can't immediately merge in India, at least not yet. But they could start, like, declaring war on probably, like, Vietnam. Or, like, the big ones, I think, would probably be, probably, like, the Philippines, Japan, South Korea, North Korea. Mongolia probably as well. So that's fun. Oh. What? Basted. Stop doing that. What's your deal? You're charging. So can you stop giving me low power warnings? I'm aware of the low power. That's why I have you plugged in. Alright. So yeah, we've got Servant China. They also kicked Humanity First out of Turkey. Humanity First is kind of centering around the Middle East and East Africa, while also controlling a little bit of Australia. The Initiative controls Russia, and a good bit of the Eurasian Union as well. Yeah, technology's fun, ain't it? The Protectorate are currently in control of Western South America. They basically own the coast of South America. Tiny bit of the north, and a little bit in the east. That seems to be where a lot of their actual productive stuff is. Yeah, because they've got South Korea. And then the Academy has Mexico, a good bit of South America, and I think Indonesia. Yeah, Indonesia as well. So they're doing pretty good. And then Exodus has Canada, some other stuff. But Canada's the big one because I would really rather not piss off Exodus. Which means North American unification is probably going to have to wait a bit until either they get kicked out by somebody else or I decide that they aren't really worth keeping as allies anymore. Hello, Beeper. Alright, so as of plans for now, let's see what our bases look like right now. We've got a whole bunch of stations, but in terms of stuff on other planets, we've got a pretty big base on Phobos, a couple of bases on Ceres, a couple bases on Vesta, a few on random asteroids that are getting us a good amount of water. Got a good amount of resources. Volatiles are currently a little in the dumps. We're working on making green laser cannons. We're interrogating our Hydra, which we have a very good engineering bonus on all of this. We're also working on better solar panels. Global Tech's mission to Mercury. I want that to happen because then I can start setting up very profitable metal mines on Mercury. I'll get a whole lot of metal from that.
Yeah.
Quantum encryption, I think that works towards security, which we need to raise the cap of where the aliens are pissed off at us for having mission control, so that we can expand a little more. And then we've also got extended space survival, which is interesting, I guess, but I mean, it's aight. I think that's for long-term habitation in space, which is cool. And then we've got our
What's the op?
people.
Ready for your orders. Your orders?
Thoughts? Protection services. Farm fund, research and analysis wing. Okay. I don't think anybody can level up. I probably would have done that last time. But now I need
Reporting
to
in.
figure out what I'm doing right now. Space-wise, actually, what are our fleets looking like? All right, the Earth Defense Fleet is mostly made up of these archers right now. So the Earth Defense Fleet, and then we have the Luna Defense Fleet. Yeah, that's right. So we've got these catapults, which are our newer, bigger design. Let's take a look-see at the catapult here. Yeah. So this thing has 30 KPS, which means it can get to other planets. So using these, we can get to, like, Mercury. I think that's also what the archers can do? Archer... Oh, it was the locusts. That's right. Archers, I think, are the old one. And then we have the locusts, which are our newer, better ones. Yeah, they're heavier. They've got more stuff on them. The Block 3. Right? Have I made a Block 3? Yes. These are the Block 3 escorts. Yeah. Okay. So these things have Artemis torpedo bays, magazines, and liquid hydrogen containment, which lets them travel very long distances. And they're pretty darn cheap. Whereas our catapults are a good bit more expensive, but have 4 torpedo bays, 2 magazines, and liquid hydrogen containment, and I think heavier armor. So these guys are gonna be our big ships. And then I also designed, what was the trebuchet? Ah, that's right, it was, autocannon. Had an autocannon on it. Alright, cool. But also, we had these Pideri ships, which I want to rename because I accidentally used the basic name. And these are really, really basic. Armor, utility module, I don't know. What do we call this thing? The naming convention has always been mechs. But I don't know of any Battletech mechs that are, like, specifically for, like, transport. Hey, Google. Port mech. Hello, Sarna. Can you tell me of any mechs? Oh! That's a neat name. Alrighty. These are gonna be the saviors. Apparently it wants me to change something. Camel is also pretty cool. I guess... nose weapon. No, that's too heavy. I think that's the cheapest, most efficient way to make this slightly different so that we can change the name. Or we just keep it. Let's just keep it. It's its own weird thing. Alright, so for ship construction, we're gonna have one Pideri get built in Havelock Shipyard, along with a Locust M, because I want something to help defend it while it's out there, and to act as a little bit of a defense for the newly established colony. Would I be interested in No Man's Sky? I haven't played it recently, but it is interesting, and I've seen that it got a whole lot of new content, like, since I last played it. I think I'd be up for that at some point. catapult. Could also build a trebuchet. That would certainly be bigger, more expensive. Kept overheating your PlayStation in just a minute. Yeah, I've noticed that's a very common problem with PlayStation, where they just have a bit of an issue of overheating. Like, all of them do that. Like, the PS3 was known for that, the PS4 was known for that. Now you're saying the PS5 had that problem. Alright, so yeah. So, for the coming completion in May, so yeah, January, February, March, April, May. Yeah, we've got enough time. We can make these two complete, and we can send them off to Mercury to almost immediately get access to a base there without having to wait for travel time. Alright, so the Pryderi and a Locust M are currently building. As for our people on Earth, well, quickly, I think what I want to do... Alright, our education is actually in a pretty good state. So one of our biggest problems right now is actually this really low cohesion value. What is its rest value right now? Its calculated rest value is 2.17. Okay. So yeah, that's not great. So I think what we'll do, because we've already got the military up to 5, we've got we've got robo tanks now. So I'm gonna set this to just unity and a tiny bit into welfare, something like that. That way, we can lower the inequality value, which will soon have a much bigger effect on our cohesion, because our education is pretty soon going to cross 10. And once it does, then we'll get like a massive penalty for being unequal. So by putting a little bit into welfare, we can lower that number. And then by mostly pumping into unity, we can hopefully get this number up really fast. And that will make it so that we just get better values for most of our stuff. And what does it say? Yeah, we can improve our research so we can force this number higher. We'll get more money, we'll get basically more of everything, and it'll make longer term plans better if we can get this unity up. Plus we'll stop having to deal with unrest, which is nice. It was the only game that would do that. I could play anything else all day, just No Man's Sky would let me play for about 45 minutes tops before shutting it off from overheat. Weird. It's 60% off for some time frame. I already have it on Steam, I'm fairly certain. No. Yeah, I already have it on Steam. Like I said, I played it a really long time ago. I played it an okay amount, but didn't really get all that far. But yeah, it would be really cool to do that multiplayer. So yeah, the US is going full on into unity. For Europe, on the other hand, it's honestly doing pretty good on most of its things. So I think what we'll do is we're going to take this and push it all into mission control. 35 means we can get at least one of these a month. There's about like 30 left before we have the maximum total mission control from the EU. I guess we'll also put a little bit into welfare for these guys. Because that could be lower. It's low, but it could be lower. Either that, or we put a little bit into Unity? That or Oppression? Oppression isn't great to put into. Unrest, Stabilize, Movement towards rest value. From Cohesion, per capita GDP. Alright, so apparently then, I think that means economy would be the other thing we want to pump into then. Get the economy up, get people making more money. Space is super cool, and I really enjoyed playing it before with my brother. I just don't think I can play anymore on your PlayStation. Yeah, if it consistently overheats it, it's probably not working well enough to play consistently. Alright. So we got some stuff. Let me just make sure I haven't already made a thing. Yeah, no. We got these old archers. Yeah, the archers, they're the crappy ones. We're keeping them on for a little bit of moral support and also to act as a last line of defense for Earth. Mostly, these four are our much better ones, and they can go and defend other places. Namely, if it becomes an issue, we can send those off to Mars to defend our Martian holdings.
Where do you need me?
For our doings... Let's see. Lauren Best. Let's see. Who has the highest
Acknowledged.
of, like, the general stuff?
I'm here.
For
Ready to go.
things? Ah, it was
Ready to
dictators,
go.
that's right.
Your orders?
Advise
I will
the
help.
US.
What's the op? At your service.
Your orders?
Kiru. You're going to go ahead and
We'll make things safe.
stabilize.
Ready. Eyes on target.
Where to?
Cherdenko.
Don't let them find out.
At your service.
At
What's
your
everybody
service.
else up to? We're at war with the servants. Not surprising. But what about, like, tech stuff? Is there anything I want to sabotage right now? Probably that. Because once the servants can start talking to, the aliens, that's probably not great for us. Oh. The Protectorate are working on exotic materials already? Man, alright. Exodus is working on hydrobiology. The Academy can work on hydrolanguage. Humanity First is finishing hydrobiology. Initiative is working on language. Servants are working on language. Honestly, I think that might be the more important thing to break. Because, like, they're pretty far off from completing hydrolanguage. they're not far off from getting advanced exotic materials, which even the basic level of exotic stuff, if I remember correctly, is pretty good. So yeah. You go sabotage.
Breaching lab security.
Reporting in.
Them. What can I steal from everybody? From you, I can steal the heavy fission reactor array. Cool. From you, also the heavy fission reactor array. Heavy fission reactor array. Seems like everybody but me has the heavy fission reactor array. Okay. You know what? Let's have you work a little bit on Guinea. Let's work a little bit on containing a little bit of this problematic spread of alien megafauna over in China. Not China, Africa. Man, I can't talk. I got like 5 hours of sleep today, so
Heading to the
my
LZ.
brain is not on full cylinders. Augment. Oh, you can gain a level. What were we building you to? Mostly admin stuff for now. Still can't use ore. That sucks. Go. 5 speed. Off we go. Ooh. The initiative has
Offering support.
Nice. What are the numbers looking like for America right now? Pretty good. Another alien fleet is coming to Earth. That's a really shitty comet. Another alien fleet coming to Earth. Fun. That's also crappy. That's right, I sent out like a whole bunch.
We've got some intel
When
on
I
our target.
got to Venus on accident. That's right. Investigate counselor mission success. Cool, cool.
We have hacked the research data.
Break their exotic materials. How much so? Yeah, we set them back like almost the max amount of 5,000. Nice.
Things are stabilizing.
Stabilize. Also crappy. Oh? What were you doing?
We'll be ready for new orders soon.
Interesting. No idea what that event means. Not great either.
Target destroyed.
Nice. Repeat that. Not great. Nah, we can get volatiles elsewhere. Horatio Station. Is Horatio Station one of mine? Not horse. I can't spell. It is one of mine. That's concerning. Why are you going to my station? Hey, you're at the Defense Fleet? You... to... Ooh, that's not great. Alright. So the Earth Defense Fleet can't make it. But the Lunar Defense Fleet is a bit more built. Horatio Station. Same day delivery. Perfect. Alright. You guys go ahead and use like half. Ooh. Already you guys are showing up 1st of February. Alright, go. Go ahead. Use your Delta V. I don't like the fact that the Protector is going to my station right now. My one that's under construction, too. How long till it completes? March. Okay, yeah. It won't be able to defend itself right now. Mark red. Yeah. The point defense arrays have completed. But I don't think they're operational yet. Yeah, because they don't have power. Fission reactors don't come online until March. So yeah. They're there, but they can't do anything yet. What are you doing? Ah, yeah, they are here to destroy my hab. Thought so. Hopefully it takes them just a little bit longer. Dang you. Alright, boys. Alright. So that sucks. Horatio Station was meant to be pretty okay. But thankfully it was mostly just for mission control, which we've already got a good amount of spare. So it's not the end of the world that it's dead, but it is not great. Oh, hey, they did a change. They actually made it, I think, so that now, rather than showing as like warning symbols, it actually shows them as heart. Like, hey, this is a war crime to attack. That's a lot better. Alright. So the Protectorate are being assholes and blew up my station, so I'm gonna blow up their fleet. Possibly fleets, plural. What are these? Infrared laser cannons. Well, that's their Corvette. Alright, so they've gone full onto infrared lasers, which is actually kind of a problem. Because lasers are pretty good against torpedoes and missiles. So, we might have a bit of an issue having to fight that. Alright. Anyway. Let's get counselors reassigned to do stuff. You... Nothing super special in here. You can take a 5th U.S. Special Forces. One of you was exposed.
At your
Kieran,
service.
that's right. You are going to ground.
Going off the grid.
Where do you need me?
You do have this diplomat
At your
here.
service.
Acknowledged.
Standing by for orders.
Standing by.
Interesting. Second wave. Survivor. Salamander shock troops, huh? Okay, interesting. Alright. Well, they could do some bullshit if I let them wander about
Reporting in.
the US much longer. So I need to seriously consider shooting them. Because that could be a big issue if I don't deal with that now. Need to drink water. Alright. Chudenko. Augment. Let's get your admin up. Yeah, admin. So that eventually we can take something like this off and give it to somebody else. Yeah. Nobody else is ready to get stuff right now.
Standing by.
I don't want you to fail things. I want you to just tell me stuff about the academy.
Ready for my mission.
Dictator. This month gone up by almost 10% of how much Unity has increased this entire game. I did in this month. This is going down. That's good. Good. That might be the next thing I hard press into. I've got an even bigger bonus on that, so yeah, that'll go even faster once this is pushed up to, like, I think my target will be like 4, maybe? If I can get this rest value to around 4 or 5, then I think that's safe to work with. So we're gonna advise again.
Offering counsel.
Standing by.
Chudenko. What kind of chance do we have with this? Intel on target 5, so we basically got the maximum chance we're going to get on him right now. If we put all our ops in, we have a slightly worse than 50-50 chance. We got a good amount of ops, so we could do that. Okay, is it still working? No, it's not. Okay. Una momento. I'm gonna see if I can keep this thing running longer. Battery. Show me battery percentage and low power mode. Okay, cool. There we go. Turn that back on. Okay. I think, yeah, that's working. Good. Good, good. Alright. The problem is, there's a chance shooting this forces us into 5 of 5. Which I do not think I'm ready for all-out war with the aliens yet. So I guess the other option, because they don't have alien communication yet, I don't believe. No, they do. Okay. So the aliens would be a little unhappy with me shooting Protectorate people. But they're going to be unhappy with me anyway. And I would rather screw over the Protectorate a little more. Especially since they just blew up one of my stations.
Taking them
So, yeah.
down.
Where to?
We're going to stick
Ready for my mission.
Judenko on them. As for you... Actually, relations. So, we have an NAP with Exodus, the Academy, and Humanity First, with intelligence sharing between these two. We're tolerated by the Initiative, and we're at war with both the Protectorate and the Servants, which the Servants don't really have space assets, which is why the Protectorate are the ones currently flying around blowing up my shit. Also, my undefended stuff, too. So it's like, they're not even being, you know, bold about it. They're just being cowards. Is there a way... Not you in particular.
Initiating
Investigate this unknown
surveillance.
person, because apparently nobody knows about them. Alright. Resume. Select Luna Defense Force. Hey, go meet these assholes. I think I could literally see them. Yeah, there they are. They are literally in sight range. Engage. Start battle. Here we go. Alright, boys. Maximum overdrive. We're gonna go with short wall. Confirm. Are we already in range? Oh crap. No. We're not already in range. There's auto firing. Alright, y'all got like a couple missiles off, so that's fine. But I would like you guys to stop that and await further instructions and or us actually being in range. Thankfully, they're running away from us, which means their front-mounted laser cannons are not really going to do that much. They can turn around like that, I guess. But full speed ahead. All ships. We have way more Delta V than they do. Alright, now that we're within 1,000 kilometers, first, target the Lhasa. There we go. Boop. And now the Tel Aviv. Yep. Here we go. The Tel Aviv against the world right now. Let's get a... Hold on. Pause that real quick. Get me a nice close-up shot of the Tel Aviv here. Look at this poor thing. It is a fucking Corvette, meaning it has like a main cannon and like a gun on the side, being beared down upon by all of this shit. What is that? That's not a laser. What was that? Alright, well, let's... Let's move slightly out of the way. There we go. So the Tel Aviv and the Lhasa are both dead. About to head out to go back home. We'll be back in when I get home. Alrighty, you have a safe, making your way back home? I'll still be here. Alright. Close. Alright, so... Luna Defense Force, once you're ready, y'all are gonna transfer to Luna and Spartacus Station. Wait, hold on. Cancel. That was just set up for maximum Delta V usage. We do not need to do that. You guys can take a couple days to get there and not use all of your fuel. Our spy reports. Defend interest mission complete. Cool, cool. So, the Academy has defended Norway. Cool.
Initiating deep cover.
To ground. Complete.
Offering assistance.
Advise. Cool. Yeah. Committing abductions in Nashville, Tennessee.
I
Interesting.
have new information.
Oh, we found that missing guy was an initiative folk. Solar arrays are done. Cool, cool. Nice. Institutional bastions, instruments of soft power. Alright, so there's a bunch of things I want to get here that are all, like, smaller. give us some management capacity stuff, which I think I want to do a good number of, because I would like to expand a bit more. And I can't do that if I'm currently running, like, really close to my maximum. So we'll start with this one, because it's the smallest one. Alright, we can have this done at the beginning of March without compromising any of our
The target
current
is
lead.
down.
Nice! We just took out the Protectorate's counselor. They are down to 4. Hell yeah. Luna Defense Force resupplied. Oh, that's water. I was like, what on earth is that hissing sound? It's water going through pipes. That would do it. You do say you're charging.
Score 1 for the good guys.
Assault alien asset. Nice. Repeat. Hub module complete. We completed point defense arrays in Arcadia Polinesia. Nice. Our defend interests on the EU have stopped. The European economy is going up, so that's cool.
Your orders?
Standing by for
Kiru.
orders.
Reporting in.
You can't do anything about that. Where do we want to take? So if I want to go into anywhere, where would I want to go? Preferably somewhere that's controlled by somebody who already doesn't like me. Europe Ascendant. Hold on. Ankara, Yaveren, Minsk, Diyarbakir, Nuuk, Istanbul, and Kaliningrad. Is Istanbul Ankara is the capital region. Was that on that list? It is! Okay. Then I think I have a target for control. I want to take Turkey away from the servants. Because they already have this big power block. I don't want them having this as well. And Europe Ascendant means I can fold this into the greater EU. So yeah, that's what I'm going to focus on doing.
I will
Start
tell our
boosting
story.
our popularity there.
Where to?
Your orders.
Lauren, don't really have any
Protecting our interest.
investigationary
Ready.
things I need you to do, so you go ahead. Do that. What's the current maximum? 3.54. So Europe is pretty much at its maximum in terms of sustainability right now. It's got a whole bunch of research, which is probably because it's so stable. The US is not that far behind on research, and is actually ahead of it in education, which is neat. So, dictator. Continue advising the U.S.
Offering counsel.
Where do you need me?
Rest value is 2.8. Okay, it's going up, it's going up. Going up and up. Nice, nice. Cherdenko. Go break something
going
of the servants. And that'll be good.
Securing our control.
Defend
Offering
interest
support.
complete. Advise. Ongoing. Defend interest complete. There we go. All the way up to 30. That means every day we get a point towards that. That's nicer. You're not bad. Okay amount of metal and okay about nobles. Performing more abductions.
They won't know what hit them.
Major setback on their work on figuring out how to talk to the aliens. Which might mean I can actually fight them right now without pissing off the aliens. Vigilantes! Armed vigilantes are accosting civilians looking for alien thralls. Arguing the authorities are ineffective or compromised, groups of armed citizens in the United States of America have begun challenging other citizens to prove they aren't working for the aliens. The targeted civilians are often members of religious or ethnic minorities, and there have been multiple incidents of violence. Alright. Yeah, no. I don't need a whole bunch of unrest in the US. Thank you. That's a good amount of volatiles in water. Okay.
We've moved the needle.
I think I marked red another that was like 50 volatiles before, so that's kind of funny. I hate that point in this track where it just suddenly sounds different and halts everything.
By the numbers.
Nice! We have
Prepping for next mission.
wiped out... Oh, you were in China this whole time? I thought you were in Chad. What? Alright. Cool. That doesn't really have anything special about it. How are our ship constructions coming along? 5 days till the Praerie is done. 29 till the other is done. We can push this up to April by investing a little bit more in it. Yeah, let's do that. Push it up to early April, which should mean that it's closer to when we get the other things done. Yeah. I like that. Regulatory capture is almost done. That means 10 more control points.
I'm here.
Kiru is going to continue doing that. You? 1%, huh? Alright. Any policies we want to go for? North Korea, China, Cuba, Venezuela, Syria, Yemen. don't think... Yeah, all of those are controlled either by people that I actually do care a little bit about, or I really don't want to do that war. Yeah, no, they're all controlled by people I care about, except for China, and China has nukes. Only 3. To be fair, they've only got 3 nukes, but it's still nukes. And I'd rather not accidentally plunge the world into nuclear winter. So yeah, I'm thinking of going for Europe Ascendant. Because, what was the other... Yeah, it lets me take a good amount of territory from Russia. It doesn't let me take over Russia, but it does give me territory in Russia. It also gives me, it gives me cores on Belarus, so I can take Belarus from them. I can take Ukraine already from them. So yeah, basically I could push east, kind of force out the initiative a little bit from some of their holdings, and I can force the servants out of Turkey, making an even more Super Europe. Alright. Europe's still doing A-okay. The per capita GDP is going up. $70 a month. Very nice, very nice. Inequality's going up a little bit. We're gonna put a little bit into welfare to try and balance that out a bit. But we're mostly focusing on mission control. 28 a day means we're just about getting all of our just about all of our my brain is tired. Why can I not think of words? We're getting almost all of our investment points out of this. So, yeah. We're getting about a mission control per month. Could be better. Are there new orgs? Like, is there anything that we could use to make this better? Fortunately, not really. Alright. Lauren. It's getting to a point in this game where I'm not quite sure what to do with the people on the planet. Like, obviously there's still stuff I can do, but like... it's kind of hard to discern what I should be doing with them. You know what? Keep investigating
see what they're
this.
up
Make
to.
sure we keep
I'm
track
here.
of him. Dictator.
I'll speak
Go ahead
with
and do some inspiration.
Ready for my
Go.
mission.
Is there anywhere that's unstable right now? Despite being pretty stable, there's actually a fairly good chance I can coup d'etat Belarus. Which should be interesting. I would need to boost my popularity there a
Acknowledged.
lot to have
We'll
any
make
chance of
our
getting
appeal.
anything good out of that. But
Ready.
that is an option. You know what? Yeah. Maybe even increase our unrest a little bit in
The
Ukraine.
people demand justice.
Because, the initiative has never been particularly great about doing that. Actually, no. We need to sabotage shit on the part of
Breaching lab security.
What's the op?
the, Protector and the initiative. I have lost all track of all Protectorate people, which worries me
Surveilling
slightly.
target.
Surveil that guy, see if they're Protectorate. Alright, whatever. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Defendment interests. Regulatory capture complete. Cool. Pharaoh's Drive. Advanced Nerve Drive. Is there anything up here? Targeting computer. Alien technology. Energy lab. Thermal mining techniques. Rapid distillation techniques. United North America. Common cause. Institutional bastions. Instruments of soft power. That's the next more expensive social science. Do we do not have a social science module, as it were? Could upgrade that, in theory. Alright, so you are under construction. You've got 3 nanofactories building, and an empty module slot. Alright, so you still have enough. Oh, here we go. Military science, material science, information science, hydroponics, heavy fission pile, construction module, space dock, space science, military science, material life. Military material, hydroponics, heavy fission, xenology, space science. So yeah, we don't have like a social science lab yet, which kind of sucks, because it means we don't really have access to any way of making our social science go any faster. Or making Unity go any faster. Alright. But we're working on building our popularity in Turkey right now.
Laying the groundwork.
Laying the groundwork.
You know what? Oh, we
couldn't
already
get
started
through to
stuff.
them.
Can't really change anything. Alright, whatever. Yeah, it failed, that's fine. Watching the
Surveillance
number go down
complete.
on that iPhone really sucks. Means it's gonna die at some point. Also means I'll probably have to swap over to the webcam or PNG Tuber, because honestly that is so much less difficult to work with. Yeah, honestly,
We have
when this
hacked their
dies,
research
it's gonna
data.
die, it's at 5% now. When it dies, I'm gonna go ahead and swap to PNG Tuber. Hey! The Pideri is done. Then we also have, in construction, a Locust M.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Alright, Tel Aviv. Give me a look-see at these. Ah, these have rail cannons. Okay. And then the aliens. Alright, where is this alien fleet? Out of curiosity. Victor 64. You're doing surveillance with a Corvette and a destroyer. Alright.
Public sentiment is increasing.
It sucks to let you just kind of do that, but I'm still not thinking I'm ready for full all-out war. Granted, I feel like I'm a bit close. I think what I'd like to do... Okay. Goal for starting all-out war. All-out war is coming, eventually. So I think my goal is, if I want to start all-out war, I need to have this at around 200. That would give me enough to keep a good amount of mines running and a significant fleet. A significant fleet that could actually hold off an alien onslaught a bit. And with 200, I think I could do that. I could build up a pretty big fleet. I could go way past the hate cap. I could start properly decking servant people. Uh-oh. Torval Station. Is that one of mine? I think it wouldn't tell me if it weren't mine. Tor... Was it you? It is. Oh! They're going after one of my hospitals. Okay. Earth Defense Fleet. Can you make it to Torval? Yes. Transfer. Where the fuck are you going? Expected to arrive 2300. I don't know how it's referencing that by having them do that. Alright. Oh, nice. Oh, that's not great. Well, they're all damaged. And I'm not really gonna get anything better because... Earth Defense Fleet, how far away are you? Well, the Protectorate might be about to commit a super war crime. So that's neat. Because this is a fucking medical center station. Alright, hopefully the Earth Defense Fleet can get there in time. Where the fuck are you? Really? Okay, Protectorate, you assholes. Papa 16. Alright. Get the fuck back here. Get your asses back here right now. Don't really need a water asteroid. Not really anything interesting. Earth Defense Fleet. Shouldn't you be moving? Engage. We'll submit 2. Nice. Alright. Confirm. Alright. Now let's first... Why are some of you rocking like 1 torpedo in your torpedo bays? Alright, whatever. We're gonna wait till we're within 1,000 clicks. And then we're going to start busting them. Alright. Actually, everybody max speed first. Everybody accelerate. Make this definitely hit. Right. So. Everybody who still has some torpedo. I still don't know why a bunch of them only have like 1 torpedo left. Alright, this won't kill all of them, but it should kill at least 1 or 2. sure not to lose all your KPS, guys. Because unfortunately, in a battle of attrition, these guys actually beat us, because they've got, like, lasers and stuff. Even if damaged. They can actually outlast us in a long-term fight. Well, that's at least 3 of them dead. We might actually lose a ship here because I think we ran out of fuel. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, we're about to lose the Diomedes. Did I accidentally set you on ramming maneuver or some shit? Guys, disengage. Please? What the hell is this? We're about to lose a second. We're about to lose the Jason. All because y'all won't fucking disengage and actually, like, run. For some fucking reason. That is stupid. But I mean, it also makes sense. These are the archers. They were never great to begin with. Are y'all at least getting further away now? Well, we're gonna get at least one out, I think. The Atalanta, I think, is gonna escape. Or the Vicar, I think, is gonna escape. Full speed ahead, bud. Get out of there. Get out of there, man. Yep, we're leaving the effective range of the Tel Aviv. Well, that sucked. Means we're gonna have to bring in the lunar fleet to deal with this shit. Because this shit is war. Well, it already was war, but now it's more so. Also, they, like, committed a super war crime. They destroyed a fucking space hospital. What? What do you mean? The vicar was out! Okay, that sucks. Alright. Well, I guess. Frack. That sucks. How close are we to lasers? Green lasers. We're not far off. Okay. I think we're gonna start building for war. Specifically, war with the Protectorate. Military science labs, shipyards, point defense arrays, orbital core. Yeah, they're building for space battle. Space dock, heavy fission piles, platform cars. Alright. Let's see how they enjoy this exact same shit happening to them. Because, hoo boy, they have decided to make this war. Frack, I did that wrong. I don't even really need to be going all that fast. Alright, the Locusts, including the original Locust M. We're gonna wait until the Tel Aviv. Oh hey, it's the Tel Aviv! It's this guy again. Great. Wait till he comes within a kilometer. And then we're gonna unleash the Locusts payload. Might even only unleash one of them. We'll see if one of them can do it. I think they have the firepower to do that. And there we go. It'll definitely be within 1,000 clicks very soon. A full salvo of torpedoes is coming at the Tel Aviv. And I think it has like an autocannon and a laser. I don't think it can stop 9 of these pairs in a row. Yeah, there it goes. And how about you do the honors of targeting the point defense array? Might not even need to. I think these might actually be able to hit it. No. Alright. Alright. Swifture and surprise. Clear priority targets. And caster, you add in a little bit as well. Don't want to use all of them, because... Ah, hello, Zero Sum. How are you? Nice to meet you. I would wave back, but I don't have hand tracking, unfortunately. I might not have any tracking in a minute, and I'm down to 2%. This cord is not charging very quick. Either that, or iFace Rig is really, 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 really battery intensive, which makes sense. And there we go. Fuck you, Protectorate. Alright. Close. Select the Luna Defense Force. Well, I can't, like, take it over, so Destroy Hab it is. Oh, I am seeking retribution. That's why I did this. Alright, return home. Get refueled, get restocked, and get ready for the next engagement. Resupplied. Nice. So now, enemies are planning. New orgs we may want to acquire. Oh, really? What would those be? A criminal organization in Japan. Tantalus Laboratories. That sounds like a reference. Is that a reference? It might be. Air Force Special Operations. Not amazing. Alright. None of these are particularly good. Also, we are now losing a bunch of money because we lost one of our main money makers, which was the fucking medical. Medical station. Alright. All of these now have debris, which is fun. Thankfully. Orbits. Oh, Tiangong Station is gone. Interesting. I guess we'll steal that one then. Manage that. Build modules. Heavy fission pile. Aren't these level 1? Yeah, those are all tier 1. Why was it automatically going for that? Skunkworks, Nanofactory, Nanofactory, Solar Array provides 61. Fission Reactor Array provides 85. View templates. Alright. That's right. I was working on something. On all 18 Earth interface orbits? Yeah. It seems like a good thing to have. Unfortunately, I'm not in a state to do that quite yet. The one I just found it. Where is it? Low Earth orbit, low Earth orbit. Tiangong orbit. Here we go. Alright. How many medical centers can I support? While also keeping it defended with some amount of point defense around. Medical center. Medical center. Medical center. Medical center. Fission reactor array. Fission reactor array. I can support one more medical center. And do it with the cheaper solar array. That'll provide power to our point defense arrays faster. Nice. The aliens can be very useful when the player doesn't expand into space soon enough and gets crowded out of Leo. Yeah, unfortunately, they've really only done that to one person so far, and it wasn't me. It was Exodus. They really didn't like Exodus and blew up one of their stations. I have no idea why. Yeah, Marines sound cool. I have not gotten to that tech yet, though. Alright. So.
Standing
I
by.
wonder. I can just go up to one of these. Okay, I think there was somebody. Lauren. Alright, hold on. Cherdenko is probably the one I'd want to do this with. Suspicious. Shady, for sure. Okay, those are all untouchable. Affluent, social sided, Pollyanna, reformer, Jack, scrambled government. What could you do in space? Assault enemy space asset. Alright, yeah, that makes sense that could occur. Assault alien asset. Assault takeover. Assault enemy space asset. Honestly, I think my best bet is destroying them with my fleet. And making sure everything has defensive arrays on it, because I do not want to end up in a situation where, the space debris that's already out here starts breaking shit. So yeah, funnily enough, the Protectorate are not doing particularly great on the ground. Like, they do not hold, like, any major territories. Like, the most major thing they've got is South Korea, I guess? But in space, they are being incredibly hostile. Probably because they're the only group that's actively hostile to me and is really in space. Because, the initiative is tolerant of me. For now. I'm friends with Humanity First and Exodus. I'm got a Pact of Non-Aggression with the Academy, and they really aren't focusing on, space combat yet. I want to start getting, tier 2 labs and stuff. I don't know how I get to that, though. Network, Global Defense, Command Center, Covert Operations, Crisis Diplomacy, Encrypted Research. Covert Operations is nice. That'd be really nice to get
Ready
once
to
I
go.
get it. 6th counselor slot. Woo. Alright, how is America doing? Good. Base cohesion is at 2.9. Cool, cool. Don't really have anything to make Unity better, unfortunately, right now. Also, that's right. That was okay. I was building a new I was building a new medical station. But also, what other things could I build right now? There is a Leo slot open. Alright. All. Construction modules, information, knowledge priority, welfare priority, military priority, mission control priority. Yeah, the AI has definitely gotten faster, I noticed, with some of the new updates. So I could make my investment in knowledge slightly better, I guess, but I don't know. Yeah, I noticed basically everybody is more aggressive in the newer updates. Like, the aliens used to take significantly longer to start doing surveillance missions. Now they do them, like, within a year of starting. The other factions are quicker on the draw in getting into space and building warships that are actually competent. Just overall, everybody moves a little bit faster. And it is a little spooky at times. Alright, do I make another medical, or do I try and make something a bit more balanced? Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Helps keep the game a little bit more varied. Helps keep, the game from feeling a little too the same. Oh! Cherdenko, you're here! I did not notice. You and Zero Sum have the same name color. I did not notice you were here. Hi, Cherdenko. Alright. But yeah, they do seem much more varied in what they do, but also they are consistently more aggressive. I've noticed. Alright, 2% bonus in economy. But they build real slow. Alright, I think... Yeah, on my end, you're both purple, so I did not notice. Point defense arrays. Let's basically do the same setup. Medical center. Medical center. Medical center. Medical center. Yeah. Medical center. And medical center. 6 medical centers. 2 fission reactors and a solar array to get the point defense arrays online faster. My phone is at 1%. Tracking is gonna go very, very soon. I wonder if it's like the port, or maybe I set something up weird. Hold on. Tracking is out for a second. While I figure out if maybe... Ah, slow charger, it says. Okay. Maybe that's the port it's in, then. Hold on. Don't accidentally unplug anything important. There we go. Let's try this one. Don't allow slow charger. Alright, so it considers everything a slow charger, I guess. Alright. Still working? Yeah, it's still working. It did go from 1 to 2, which is interesting. But, yeah. Alright. We've consolidated control of Albania. Neat. Why did I take control of Albania? Oh, so that I might eventually make Yugoslavia. That's right. That's why I did that. I have North Macedonia, and Albania, and I could eventually take Serbia and form a microscopic version of Yugoslavia. Bum bum bum. Ooh, that's interesting. The Academy is taking a little bit of ground in the Netherlands. Interesting. Because I'm more willing to fight with the Academy than Humanity First. So if they take that over, I could take that. Use that as an excuse to go on the offensive in Mexico or something.
Ready for orders.
What are we
Ready
looking
for
like
orders.
popularity-wise in here? Not amazing. Crackdown chance is still abysmal. Purge chance is non-existence. Let's see. Dictator. You go. You go ahead. You haven't really been doing anything. You have 1 security? Hmm. Alright.
Reporting in.
Alright. Dictator, you're gonna continue
will help.
doing
here.
advisories.
Standing by.
Ready.
Cherdenko,
Standing by.
hmm? 25 admin, 14 science? Roughly the same. Yeah, go ahead.
They won't see me coming.
Standing by for orders.
Kex. Do some.
I will
public
try to
campaigning
sway
in
the
Turkey.
public.
Ready for my mission.
Lauren. How is the EU doing? Still doing pretty good. GDP is going up per capita. Inequality is now going down again. Our cohesion rest value is 4.6 here. So that's nice. What about over here? What is our things looking like over here? Rest value of 2.9. Okay. Loss per capita GDP is affecting it. Geographic population, minus 6.2 for population. Elite public ideology differences, huh? Why is that? We've got pretty high popularity, and we control all the government, so... Weird. Alright, well... We're working on this. Inequality is coming down. Might actually focus more on that. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I get it. It's just that, like... It feels a little weird for that to be a not insubstantial amount. So yeah, we're gonna go on to welfare. 30 into welfare, 5 continuing into unity. Just keep letting that rise. Maintain that. While we bring this down, before we cross the 10 education threshold. Because otherwise, we're gonna have a problem. Acts to make a loss of PO a double penalty to cohesion. Annoying. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Where to?
It compounds an already bad issue when it really comes into the fore. Alright. You are gonna continue
We'll make our appeal.
campaigning in there.
Where do you need me?
Lauren. Is there anything we can take over? It's like, worth it? what about Unity? So Nova Public Relations. Nah, I can't really get that. Do have more XP. You lose cohesion for less popular support, and you lose some due to basically disharmony between the people and the government. Yeah, that makes sense. Augment. Streetwise, loyalty monitor, don't need that. You get more admin. We are bleeding money right now, which sucks. But until we get that medical station back online, back existent even.
Okay, let me know when you're up. I think I'm up. I'm 3-8. Okay, let's see if we can't get these.
Money station. Alright. I still don't know what to do with you. Can't really manage any crackdowns there. Are there any, like, weird small holdings? We could go after Protectorate shit. We're already at war with them. With 100% support, you get plus to cohesion. Okay. That sounds pretty nice, gotta say. Let's see if we can crack him down in Vietnam. I don't want Vietnam, but
Cracking down.
something for you to do. Meanwhile, the Luna Defense Force let's see. Platform Core, Heavy Fusion, Hua Wing. That is certainly a lot bigger and is providing further military science. That's basically their only fully functional one left. Do they have any fleets? Not really. The Xu Chang and the Phenom Phe, which is the bastard that got away from destroying the EDF. Alright. So, transfer Earth. Amanore, Cleopatra. Where was it? There it is. Huanung. That's the one that we are going to blow up. And they can't really rally anything major to its defense either. Basically, it's just its point defense arrays that are going to be a problem. But we've got a good amount of missiles, so I feel confident. Nice. Arcadia Planitia now has power. In April, its farm will come online. Skunk Works. And in October, its nanofactories will come online. And in April, as well, its mine will come online. Cool. Mars is starting to come up online. Which is good. I'm noticing the Protectorate actually holds a lot of space on Mars. Why are the surrender guys gearing for war? Like, they are purely gearing up just to beat the shit out of us so that they can give up faster.
Offering counsel.
Nice! Themistocles now has its nanofactories online, which should speed up the construction of everything else in Earth orbit. And it's making us some money. Hell yeah.
Target eliminated.
Hell yeah. Fuck you, servants.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Public campaign mission success. Nice. We're now at 9% support in Turkey. Engage. Alright, we're going to lower this down because we do not want to approach too fast in this case. Switch these back to specific target only. Alright, we've got 2 gunships to deal with. So we're going to wait for those 2 to come forward. And once they're close enough, we'll fire the Castor and the Locust M's missiles at them. And then we'll use the catapults to bombard the point defense arrays. That does make more sense, that public opinion has a bit more of a negative effect now. And... or at the very least, always did, maybe? But, like, that makes a little bit more sense to me as well. Alright. 100 kilometers till they're in range. Let's get this party started. A little faster. The Shuchong and the Phenomfe. I think these are both of their remaining ships too, so that's pretty fun. Right. 1,000 clicks. Shuchong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the other 4. Go for the Phenomfe. I don't know how you pronounce that. I think it's Vietnamese. Either that or Indonesian. Don't remember. Ooh, they're shooting down a lot of these. Wow, their point defense arrays are... or at the very least their 40 millimeters are no joke. But still not quite enough for that. Okay. Alright. Surprise and Swiftsure. One, 2. Those are all going to be so bunched up that I don't think there's really anything it can do about that, even with its 40 millimeters. Holy cow, that's doing so much damage to them. What on earth? Alright. 2, 3, 4. Us going so slow might also not be helping. This is gonna suck if we die again. Maybe I should have tried an auto-resolve. Hold on. What the shit? Okay. Well, there goes my last operational fleet. Dang it, that sucks. The only thing we have is this colony ship that we're saving for when Mercury becomes available. Alright, well... I think this is shown. We need to adjust our strategy a bit, because they have already figured out a pretty good counter. The impacts the PD projectiles make as they slam into projectiles is very pleasant. What if they improved that as well with the new versions? Maybe. Alright. Clear designer. Destroyer, monitor, frigate. You know what? I want to make a big bad ship right now. So let's make a proper destroyer. You have a targeting range of 900 kilometers. It's not bad at all. Vector thrusters, a magazine. Another magazine, maybe? It's gonna bug me unless I do it this way. Actually, hold on. I need to have a heat sink of some variety on this. You know what? We'll go with a battery instead of a magazine. We'll still have, like, some Artemis. Either that, or we go for 40 millimeters, maybe? Yeah, let's make this thing wholly different. This is gonna be its own, like, very defensive, like, siege weapon kind of thing here. A big front-facing laser cannon, 40 millimeter autocannons for defense and stuff like that. A quantum battery to give it lots of power availability. Drives, burner drive. And then for power plant, that one. Slot in, thank you. 30 kilometers per second, combat acceleration of 163 millig's. That's not bad. It's expensive, but not horrible either. Utility modules, heavy water. Do I want 2? How much does this use? Base shot power, 300 megajoules. This holds 80 gigajoules. Cooldown of 30 seconds, defensive targeting range. Shot battery consumption. Okay. 1.2 gigajoules. Means we get about 80 shots per battery we have on this. Can bombard, not through atmosphere. Cooldown, wavelength, fire modes. What other utility module do I want? Do I want more power or do I want more cooling? Because that's basically my options. Or I add a magazine to give the autocannons more longevity. Yeah, we'll go with that. Make it so that the autocannons can work for longer. And then we armor this thing up. We want to keep this above 30 kps because we're going to want our ships to be able to do that. Let's get to like 15. What does adding one thing of side armor do? Yeah, that's real heavy. Alright. There's a high chance that if a ship suffers such damage that its power plant is inoperable. Yeah, but I'm building this to try and be survivable. And I think with this setup, I can make this thing survive pretty okay, stay out of range of enemy weapons, and do things like break point defense and defend stuff. Your role is Protector. Now I need a mech to name this after. Honestly, this... would this fit? Hold on, what does it look like again? Yeah, this fits the vibe. You're the Warhammer. A very expensive, somewhat slow, but long range, pretty well armored. Not the best armor I could do, but also I don't want this thing to cost like 30 grand and shit. And it's got a big laser cannon to help it destroy shit. It's got two 40mm autocannons, which are shockingly good. As we saw in the last fight, they're really, really good against missiles. It's got a battery to help it keep going. It's got vector thrusters so it can change direction. Liquid hydrogen containment so that it can actually reach that 30 kps mark. A magazine, a heavy water heat sink, an ionic dust radiator, gas core fission, and 2 burner drives. Kamikazes and projectiles phase of my faction's military development. I mean, fair enough. My hope is that this doesn't ever need to do that kind of thing. Welcome to the team, Warhammer. So yeah, my plan is to build a couple of catapults and a couple of warhammers, or maybe like a trebuchet, because what was the difference between the trebuchet and the catapult? 10, 4, 10, 3. And then the catapult, slightly less. Yeah, okay. It's just that it has one less torpedo tube to replace it with a 40 millimeter, which I do think is actually slightly better, maybe. But I think all right. Ship construction. Havelock Station is still working on all that. We're gonna have Spartacus Station work on building a few locusts, because it's our secondary station for building ships, so it can work on the smaller stuff. Meanwhile, 135 days for a Warhammer out of Havelock Station. Okay, catapults and trebuchets take about the same amount of resources. Trebuchets are actually slightly cheaper. Alright. And they're better able to defend themselves. So yeah. A pair of trebuchets to act as missile bombardment to help beat up really big shit. And then the Warhammer to help us fight off smaller stuff so that we stop dying in small-scale engagements. And then Spartacus can work on building a few locusts so that we have, like, some of our smaller stuff that can punch way above its weight. In theory. So yeah, I think we do like that. Or that's an option. These have enough fuel. Yeah, why not? We have the resources. And they have enough fuel that they can cross the distance between Mars and Earth. They can do interplanetary transfers. So yeah, we'll have Agrippa shipyard also build same thing, a destroyer, 2 trebuchets, and then they could come back, or we could see how the one does and have this basically be the Martian defense fleet. Yeah, alright, yeah, I like that. Alrighty. Nice. I like that a lot. Back up to speed.
They slipped
The
away.
Protectorate are unfortunately mostly undamaged. We broke their last 2 ships. But, it was their last 2 ships. Their main station that's giving them a bunch of military science benefit is still around. That's not bad.
Never.
I'm pretty
be
sure my
afraid
warship
to
crew
burn.
getting life insurance is completely
it is
impossible
only
because their
within
military
that
doctrine
fiery
tends to be
crucible
just ram the
that our
target
true
and try to get a
selves
few
are
rounds off in the
forged.
process. We fully expect you to die for
Superior
us.
Judith Howell. Burn brighter self-improvement course.
Oh, hell yeah. Mercury is now available. Advanced nuclear-powered explosive warhead torpedoes, nuclear-powered penetrator warhead, nuclear-powered fragmentation, Nemesis nuclear torpedoes. Oh, hell yeah, that would be nice. But what is already being researched? Nothing military-related. Okay. Super alloys, foamed metal armor, armor struts, solar mirror array, improved coil guns. As humanity first, I can attest that ramming speed is a viable military doctrine. Correct. Militarization of space, fleet combatants, repair bay, marine assault units. Ah, this is how I get marines. And better, defensive arrays, which would be very nice. And is apparently a requirement for getting Nemesis nuclear torpedoes. Nice! And shape charge nuclear missiles. Hell yeah. Alright, I think we go for this. Gives us some defense. Tomorrow, we get quantum encryption done. We also get our Locust M done tomorrow, which we will have travel alongside our, we will have it travel alongside our colony ship to Mercury to set up the first very shitty, but hopefully operational. Any HAB module built here, 2 times its normal amount. We'll have 2 times its normal mass to account for the shielding necessary to protect fragile electronics and crew members. Yep. Makes sense. Could theoretically found an orbital. In theory. Survey complete in June. Alright, so about 3 months survey is complete. I'm researching particle weapons, though. They'll cause internal damage via radiation in their very short lives. I have no idea what I'm doing beyond improving and building fortifications. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just kind of trying to get set up with... My current goal is I want to reach 200 mission control. Because with 200 mission control, I can maintain a fleet that I feel is big enough that I can properly go to war with the servants and the actual aliens themselves. Force the Protectorate, the servants, and the aliens out of the inner solar system. Basically build a defensive fleet that can hold it. And start basically clearing it out. Kill all the aliens on Earth, make sure there's no alien operatives down there. And then, once I can get that set up, then I can start planning for an assault on Jupiter. But Mercury is going to be important for that because it has a lot of metal. Okay, hold on. Alright. Join Romeo 53. Take me there. You are... the Mercurian... the Mercurian Settlement Force. Transfer. Sun, Earth. Alright, how do I do this? Earth 1, Luna Halo. Mercury. Will take 59 weeks, meaning they arrive in August of next year. Or they can show up in September. Alright. That works, I think. Lets them set up. They'll be stuck there, but they were kind of meant to. One of them is meant to set up a colony. The other is meant to defend it while it gets set up, so... One-way trip style profile does not mean too much. Fortunately, it takes all the way till September. It'll take a while to get an orbital set up, so... You know what? Later in September... That's impressive that the difference between using 24.6 Delta V and 24.7 is about 50 weeks of loitering. Alright, let's show up slightly before the end of a turn in September. Transfer. And now let's go back to Mercury. And let's found an orbital in low Mercury orbit. At least it's a dry heat. That's true. That's true. Alright, how much power? Holy crap! That is so much! Alright, yeah. Solar array time, man. Alright. We're gonna have nanofactories. Where is it? Point defense arrays. They're what we have available to us. Yeah, this will show up slightly after... Yeah, it'll show up slightly after the... It'll get finished slightly after the... the ship gets there. We're gonna use one of these basic solar collectors, because that'll get done in 30 days. Provide all the power we need to keep the point of defense array up and running. I'd even do that twice, and we can upgrade that later. All. We're gonna want farm. Another nanofactory wouldn't... Okay, grants speeds of construction at a half and allows founding additional orbitals and settlements in a planetary asteroidal system. All research category bonuses for modules. Okay. I think we only need one then. So we've got a farm. Getting up and running. We'll want a skunk works, because they also do their own thing. And B out here will be pretty bad. Nanofactory metal maintenance cost. Metals will be very heavily needed to build Tier 3 HAB modules and large fleets. Yes! Which is part of the reason why I want to colonize Mercury, because there's so much metal here. So, we have that. Defense arrays. Operations center, maybe? I mean, we could basically afford power-wise almost anything on this thing. Unfortunately, I don't think we could set up a medical thing here. Oh, that was the other thing I wanted to do. Okay. Let's do 2 shipyards. So that it can produce its own fleet. So we got a farm, a skunk works. The farm? 600 crew. 120 crew, 120 crew. 30 crew. Alright, let's have a second farm to help handle all of the crew costs. There we go. This is Mercury Bastion, our primary settlement around the Gray Planet. In September, our colonization fleet arrives, and shortly after it does, this should be fully up and operational to service the Locust M, start producing more ships for this area to defend them. Hell yeah. My metals are always immediately being used for upgrades and new modules, and it will probably be for years. Yeah, that makes sense. You know what? This is far away. You know what? It's far away, and I should get a good amount of sun from here. I'm gonna build some... I'm just gonna build a thing here. Probably something with the Operation Center. So a nanofactory, an op center, a shipyard, and a skunk works. Just that it has all the basics for handling stuff in this area. And then point defense arrays. Each of them takes 10. So one basic solar collector should keep them powered, while these solar arrays keep everything else powered. How much energy does a farm take? Okay, it takes 40. Alright, well, once it's done, we can replace this with a... Yeah, we can replace that with a solar array. Okay. Each Mercury Tier 2 mine costs around 2,000 metals to upgrade to Tier 3. Dang. That is a lot. Pretty good that Mercury provides a lot of metals then. It builds quick, it's cheap, and it'll make sure everything has full power. We can replace that later. Alrighty. Also, my phone that's been doing the tracking has managed to stay functional at 1% for like almost an hour now. I'm a bit proud of it. Good job, little iPhone. Alright. So that will be our base Mercury station, and once that's up and running, we can build a bunch of, like, ops stuff around here. Though I want to wait till it's done, because once it's done... No, it's not malfunctioning. It's just, like, barely hanging on. Granted, it might be malfunctioning. I did buy this thing used. So who knows? Alright. So if that's all that, we've got one up and running medical center up in high Earth orbit. Well, synchronous orbit. We've got one heavily damaged Protectorate station, one unfortunately undamaged Protectorate station, and that's all they really have. I don't see any servant stations around Earth. They apparently have one around the moon. However, that might just be, yeah, that's just a thing on the surface. What did they even get? Tycho Crater? Man, that is some chump change level stuff. Alright. It shouldn't last 5 minutes on 1% power. To be fair, iPhones kind of, in my experience, have that, where for some reason, they'll just last a weird amount of time. So, I've had it happen before, so it's not terribly out of the ordinary. It is also plugged in, you know, so it's constantly getting power, but yeah, I don't know. I might try and get a better charger for it. With like a C base or something. Right. Don't think there's anything else for me to do right now. Fleets-wise, yeah, the Protector are all out of fleet. Humanity First has a few fleets, including something that ain't that bad. So I'm hoping that should the aliens show up intent on breaking shit, Humanity First does have some stuff here to deal with it.
Believe me, these bastards have already read everything humanity's ever written. If we don't come up with some way to talk without them listening in, we've got less chance of survival than a hummingbird in a hurricane. Commander Fiona Ayawase, secure correspondence with colleague.
I do love encrypted signal message. Date of birth, SSN, exact location. Covert operations, encrypted research systems, hell yeah. Applied artificial intelligence, automated outpost core. Okay, I remember this being really good for doing stuff on like Mercury, where the automated outposts, because you don't need to worry about the extra stuff to make them human survivable. Automated Platform Core, Life Science Institute, Materials Institute, Military Science Institute, Space Science Institute. Okay, that's a lot of institutes. Social media campaigns, loyalty training, molecular assemblers, next-gen aerospace, space commerce, space tourism. Commercial mining companies would be good, because then I can use ore again, but I've kind of been doing fine without. Advanced containment, deuterium. This I think will be important later. I still don't know what these are. But particle beams. Antimatter mass production, neutronics. Hello! Welcome in. How are you, Kobold? Nice to meet you. Right. Advanced missile warfare. I've already got a military science going. That's good to hear. I guess? Applied artificial and... Oh, welcome back, Vindel. I managed to blow up all of my spaceships. Tried to play this game but got really confused. I'm really confused. I'm just still playing because I kind of live in a constant state of confusion, so this isn't that much different. I think applied artificial intelligence for the better stuff here. I think this is like a good step to take. And it doesn't encroach on any of my other things. Green laser cannon is almost done. It'll be done a few days into April, which will be nice. We can start making space to surface bombardment vessels and stuff. That'll be cool. Instruments of soft power is going good. I don't lose anything by forcing it up the timetable. This still gets done in August, regardless. This will be done by June. Nice. This will be done by October of 2033. Granted, I think that's the number based on literally nobody else helping. So I don't think it'll actually take till 2033, but that is a scary number. One of the spirits you can play as is the fucking sun? That's pretty cool. I like the idea of playing the unmatched power of the sun in a board game. That would be pretty neat. Okay, yeah. I think this is all good. Executive protection, defender control points. Okay. Lithuania has broken peace with North Macedonia. Couple cool new spirits in this expansion. Neat! This guy has been loitering around for a while, and I don't like that.
Ready for orders.
Alright. So this is going down, slowly but surely. Last month it went down by 0.023. This month... Well, I guess this last month, actually. It went down by 0.056, which is really good. And I don't think that was, fully at the maximum rate of going at welfare. If we blew up the sun, we could have winter and Christmas all year round. An interesting proposition. I've literally had like a sci-fi story idea basically based around that kind of concept. The idea of like the Earth being like flung out into space after the sun just disappears. It's pretty horrific. Horrific? Wow. It's pretty horrific if you actually like look into it. Like, it wouldn't be particularly great, but it is a fun idea to think about, the idea of having just all winter all the time. That would be pretty nice. Right. So
Ready.
You, Lauren, how are we doing on... Hey, we're up to 10%. Alright, we can
Applying
start
pressure
throwing
on their
you
people.
at some low
Where do you need me?
chance.
I will try to sway the public.
crackdowns.
Ready for your orders.
Alright. See if we can break anything of the
I'm
protectorates.
going in.
Ready to go.
Where do you need me?
You do
Making our case.
some more stuff there. Do we have any orgs that we want to acquire? Microscopium Defense Services. The New Delhi Research and Analysis Wing, but I can't really use it. Demeter Semiconductor. Information Science, cool. This gives us some more investigation, that's pretty cool. But I think we already have a maxed out investigator, yeah. Can anybody level up? You can level up. Your admin is currently quite high. So we'll add another. Neat. Eventually, once you get like 2, there are probably 1 or 2 things here that give like 2 total like things. Yeah, like we could take the Free Federation of Workers and put it on somebody else. I think. that went down. Alright. Well, still, we can give it to somebody else. And you're still operating fine, so. You are pretty low on that, so we'll give you that. Give you a slight boost to your persuasion. Alright. Let's see. Visegrad block game only. Visegrad? What on earth is that? Oh! I see. Try and build like really tall in just Eastern Europe. That is not bad. That would be kind of interesting. I don't know too much about building really tall in this game though. Like, I think it's kind of, at least from what I've seen, it feels like you're kind of meant to build at least a little bit wide. Like, trying to focus all of your earthly efforts into, like, just this area, I think would be a little difficult. Well, it would be difficult, but I don't know how, like, viable it would be. But that would be interesting. Like, just Eastern Europe against the world. I think there's even, like, a tech. Yeah, it's better to invest a lot of mission control and boost in smaller nations. From what I've been told, they could do it more efficiently. But like for getting actual resources, stuff like money, stuff like science, it's way worse. You want big nations to make that stuff. Like for example, Kazakhstan, pretty small by comparison, has made a pretty good amount of boost for itself, but it makes like $9. It's got like 9 investment points to use. It's got 3 mission control. Whereas the European Union, which is very wide and big, it took a good amount of effort, but it makes 20 boosts. It makes like 900 science and it makes me like $260. Yeah, like remaking the Soviet bloc is very much an option. The Eurasian Union is basically that, where you can merge together Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan. I think eventually you can also merge in these because they're also part of. They can be part of Kazakhstan. You can merge in like Poland, Belarus, Ukraine. Form a new Iron Curtain is possible. If humanity first gets kicked out of Serbia, I can actually work on getting Yugoslavia to exist again, which would be nice. Oh, okay, yeah. I was considering asking you, but I was like, I don't know. But yeah, I'll go ahead and change eyes. But I read that. I could change your name. I like small IU? Small eyes? I don't like giant EU. Okay, got it. Bindle? Confirm changes. Yeah, well, big EU gives me a lot of money and a lot of boost, so it's a necessary evil. To balance it out, I intend to make Super America as well. So it'll just be like Mega NATO at that point. Yeah, my current places I control are Singapore because I thought it would be funny to take that from the Protectorate. I think that's part of the reason why they're so mad at me. Kazakhstan, Super EU, and the US. Everywhere else is under other people. And currently, I'm working on eventually making the Super EU even more super by trying to take over Turkey. Yeah, Australia and New Zealand would be really cool, making the Oceania thing, but... well, it's mostly controlled by people I like, or... you know, it would be more hassle to take New Zealand from the Protectorate than I think it would be worth. So, I don't bother even looking at the USA or EU, because it's not where the means of wheat production is centered. That is fair. That is fair. Japan is so much more better. You know, in multiple of my games, I've tried to basically start with Japan. One thing that I kind of dislike, that I wish was a thing, because it has, like, historical, like, alliances or, like, conquests as, like, unify these groups of nations together, I kind of wish there was an option where you could take Japan, like, the Philippines, South Korea, and North Korea, and make, basically, like, a co-prosperity sphere. Because the only, like, mega nation you can make with, Japan in it is the Pacific Defense League, and that's really, really, really far away. But yeah, China's pretty good. Indonesia's also pretty good, mostly for its latitude. But yeah, I've mostly focused on these. And Kazakhstan, because Kazakhstan is pretty nice. I should probably defend Kazakhstan. Somebody might try and take that from me. Oh well. It's probably been like that for at least a bit. It can survive another turn. Alright, confirm assignments. Go! Covert operations. Hell yeah, that will be our next engineering project. The economy expands and the European Union. I actually prefer the Japanese co-prosperity sphere rather than China. China has a lot of work to get into, then more work to fix. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if there was... like, if Japan could be an earlier game, like, unify a bunch of these, like, middling powers into one bigger power that's, like, on the scale of, like, India, to kind of, like, combat the strength of China, I think that would be really cool. Like, if Japan could be, like, the center... because, like, Indonesia has, like, a thing where it can unify, like, Malaysia, Singapore, I think maybe Myanmar? Like, you can unify this stuff into one nation. I think it would be cool if there was, like, a converse one where, like, if this one extends west, this one expands, like, south and east. Like, rather than focusing on, you know, these countries here, merging them and Indonesia together, you could instead merge Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines together and create, like, a pretty good, like, science nation out of that. Because Japan starts making really good science. South Korea has a pretty darn good economy and can make a good amount of science. The Philippines is great for boost potential once you get that, formed. Like, once you get their space program made, the Philippines is great for building space stuff in. So if you could make, like, a neo-prosperity sphere, maybe even fold in Taiwan as, like, an alternate option, where, like, you could take it over, if you can get it out from under China, I think that would be cool. ASEAN. A-S-E-A-N. I don't know what that would be. ASEAN. Or ASEAN, however you pronounce it. Southeast Asia. It is. From everything I've seen, it is pretty darn formidable. It's a pretty good start. It's what I've done a few times. But yeah, it's basically centered around Indonesia, where, like, you can found it. But, like, Southeast Asia, where you can take, like, Myanmar, Vietnam, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Malaysia, Singapore, into Indonesia, where Indonesia is like the center. Each of these is okay on their own. Unified, they really quickly stack up because some of them are fairly large economies, like Thailand and Vietnam. Merging them together, you get like a couple trillion that you can add to Indonesia is pretty nice. Given how horrifically the First Coast Prosperity Sphere turned out historically, I'd give the mega nation another name when pitching it to others. Fair. It's part of the reason why I think the only real option that currently exists is the Pacific Defense League. But I do kind of wish there was something earlier that you could do with Northeastern Asia. Like, basically your options for Eastern Asia for most of the game is control China, unify Thailand, not Thailand, Taiwan and China, and just kind of work with that. Unify the Southeastern, yeah, the Pan-Asian Combine. You can form the Pan-Asian Combine, and that's like an option. And then Indonesia. But that's it. It would be kind of nice if Japan, Korea, and Taiwan could really have something together. Because each of them on their own is pretty good. And each of them, if you combined them, could make for a really, really powerful group. Yeah, it might be better to go into Russia and China anyway, but I think it would be cool to have, like, weird sort of slant builds you could go for that aren't necessarily as good. Or maybe, you know, take slightly longer to get as good as something like Pan-Asian Combine. But could do some interesting stuff, like might even, you know, screw over the Pan-Asian Combine. Like maybe somebody else has Pan-Asian Combine, you can do Neo-Prosperity Sphere, and that locks out China from ever getting Taiwan. That means they constantly have problems there. Maybe you can take Manchuria. Maybe you get claims on Manchuria, where you can take that land from China. Yeah, LARP the Cold War. That would be fun. That's pretty much what me and the Initiative are doing. Where the Initiative controls Russia, Ukraine, and a fair amount of stuff over here. And then I've got Europe. Granted, it's further east than the normal Iron Curtain would have been. But yeah, it is. This has pretty consistently been like a bit of an Iron Curtain where right around here is the dividing line between me and the Initiative. Siberia independent, and then make that the region's problem. That'd be kind of fun, yeah. Green lasers! Hell yeah. I guess. Instruments of Soft Power completes in May. Yeah, they ain't a threat yet. But yeah, Europe Ascendant is the one I want to go for. Yeah, it doesn't slow this down any. We can swap from this social science to a different science category. Yeah, United North America, I'm going to delay a little longer because I have an NAP with the Academy and I'm actively friends with Exodus. So I don't want to immediately go after that. Whereas most of the things that I can take for Greater Europe are Turkey, who is controlled by the servants that I'm already working towards taking, and Russia, and like its holdings over here. And I'm only kind of neutral with the Initiative. I could go on the offensive against them. Yeah, the only thing with Russia is nukes, but I could probably deal with that. But yeah. So I could basically push east here and not really come into conflict with any of the people I actually like. While continuing to expand. I'll need more space to do that. Which is part of the reason why I'm doing instruments right now. Is so that I can fully take over Turkey. Because that's going to be about 60 control points to take. Currently, once instruments is done, I should have about 30 available. Which I think I can work with them. Yeah, fighting them isn't wise, but I can probably steal it out from under them. Using my operatives. Killing the servants is a definite yes, which is kind of part of the problem, is their ownership of both China and India. So that's going to be a more longer-term issue before I can get them out of there. I'm going to need a lot more control point to handle that. I outscale both of them, right? Yes? It's mostly just a thing of... I don't know this game particularly well, and while I outscale China, China does still have 3 nuclear barrages. And while I have the very advanced, no, quite advanced, US military on my side, which is bigger and more potent than the Chinese military at the moment, there is still the chance that they set off those 3 nuclear barrages, and I don't know how much damage nukes do. I've never actually seen them used. So, I would rather avoid nuclear winters, or crazy shit like that. Yeah. Well, the thing is, pretty much the only thing they have is India and China. Like, I guess the only other thing they kind of have is Brazil, but that's, like, really heavily contested by the Academy. So basically, their only holdings are India and China and Turkey, which is what I'm currently taking from them. They kill armies and ruin the economy. Okay. That makes sense. That's a sensible thing for nukes to do. What are you here to do? Ah! They're here to try and stunt on the...
They won't know what hit them.
They're trying to stunt on the humanity first. My brain. The coded is coded to nuke armies invading core territory. That makes sense. Alright, which of these do I break? This is technically closer to completion, so I think we'll go with that one. Okay, you're rapidly landing. Where are you landing? Landing in Phnom Penh. Still don't know where that... Ah, it was Thailand. Or Cambodia? Ah, Cambodia. They destroy something like 90%, 30 to 90% of the GDP of a region, and about 10 to 30% when used defensively. They also screw up everyone else's GDP immediately, like 1 to 3% if it was a major region. So if you invade Beijing, they will nuke it and glass themselves. Interesting. Alright. And they can do that about 3 times, which is still a problem. Actually 4, because if India's in the Pan-Asian Combine, then they'd also join the war. Or try to annex territory, yes. Okay. So yeah, like I said, this is going to be a longer form problem. Thankfully, I do also have the European Union and its 5 units, which just about ekes out the amount of units that India and China have together. And India does not have much. I don't really need to invest in nukes because I have the US, which means I get 28 of them. So I'm hoping not to have to use them. But if I do, I have the second most on the planet. And if my plan for Russia goes right, I'll have almost all of them.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Laying the groundwork.
Nice. Marshall Base is coming online
We've moved the
in
needle.
Arcadia Polinitia. I think that was the
Wrapping
one
up here.
that the aliens blew up. That's why it's rebuilding.
Targets lost.
Aw. But it's all the way up to 50. Alright. Crisis Diplomacy. Cooldowns are reduced by 20% and 10 more management capacity. I have green lasers. I forgot I got green lasers. I can design a new boat. Green lasers do about the same amount of damage. Do they have difference in range? Not really. Okay, so the main difference is that they can go through the atmosphere. It would be kind of cool if they put in a Cold War start. Like, start in, like, 1979 or something. Have it be, like, height of Cold War, Vietnam's ongoing, you know. Russia's still pretty high, but it's, like, it's at its pretty much one of its maximums at that point. And then have it, like, in the midst of it, suddenly there's aliens. World War I start in this game? That would be interesting. I feel like that's less possible. But it would be... I agree on the Cold War start. Because if it's, like, just after the moon landing, make it, like, 72 or something. 70... Like, somewhere in the 70s. America and Russia are about at their height of tensions and power, and suddenly aliens are involved. Now you've got these two who were originally in the space race to get to the moon. Yeah, something like 75. Originally in the space race to get to the moon, now are both scrambling to get into space. And it's like causing a whole bunch of issues. Yeah. It's causing a whole bunch of issues. Basically, they're the only two on the planet who can even make rockets at that point. Like, so if you want to use, like, other nations, you've got to build them up. Reagan Gorbachev would be really funny, because then you could have an event that's, like, SDI proved correct. Like... SDI receives a massive amount of funding. Like, one of the first events you get is people pan the Strategic Defense Initiative, call it Star Wars. And then immediately afterward, we found aliens, guys. We're gonna reinvest in that. Alright, I want... Frigates look funky. I want something small, but that I can put lasers on. Like a green laser cannon. As kind of like a space bombardment. Because I know they changed how laser bombardment works. Because it used to be that it did absolutely no damage to surrounding places. Soviet Union and NATO announced a joint response to aliens. It would be that would be interesting. I think it would actually kind of fit the game more if, like, instead of the UN Security Council being like, everybody's pointing fingers, it's like Iron Curtain remains in place. Like, it solidifies both of them on their sides. They're like, you clearly knew something about this. Like, I think that would be cool. But yeah, I think like a, I think a... my brain is malfunctioning. A Cold War a Cold War start for this game would be really cool. Which, thankfully, because 1.0 is coming out pretty darn soon, modding support is probably going to get better for that. And that will be a lot easier to make. So that'll be cool. Alright. They released... If I remember correctly, I think they currently have a 2022, which is the original, and a 2026 and a 2070 start. So 2070 lets you basically immediately get into the space game. Everybody's already basically in space. So you can get into that a lot faster. 2026 basically just updates costs and how much boost everybody has. And then 2022 is the original. The one that I'm playing off of. I can design that later. I think I want that to be a bigger ship. Cool. The point defense arrays on Brenna Station have completed. Nice. Our defense arrays on our new Leo stations have completed. Yeah, I'm aware Kazakhstan's undefended. I'm a bit more worried about the undefended point in the EU right now, actually.
We must persuade the people.
What's the op?
I want...
Where to?
Oh, wait, no, you're doing crackdowns. That's right.
Targeting their key
Yeah.
people.
Standing by.
Your orders?
Ready for orders.
Ready to go.
You're gonna try and purge it as soon as she gets it.
We are taking power.
Where to?
Dictator,
Acknowledged.
continue your advisement of
Offering
the US.
support.
What's the op?
Also, you can level up. We could give you more admin. I think... Imagine doing a Caliphate LARP. That would be kind of fun. Full, like... Why is my brain not working? Reviving the Ottoman Empire would be really cool. That's basically where my brain is going. Oh, fun. New start. I have over 60% public opinion for your faction in China. Hell yeah. I think we know where you're starting. Yeah. Admin. Anything new here? We're gonna need somebody, because one of the things we're kind of missing right now is a proper command person. Like, the person who's best at it is Sherdenko, but that's just because they have special activities division, basically. Like, they're not really specialized into command stuff, and they're already our, like, espionage person. They're like our assassin. So I would kind of like a more proper, dedicated combat person, command person. I watch Perun. Yes, I watch Perun as well. He's like a major reason how I'm able to even do any of this. I would have no idea otherwise. Getting boost orgs early, then switch to research. Yeah. Unfortunately, there really isn't anything available on the research front right now. I should probably get that one tech that gives me more orgs to work with. Alright. Vendel, you are going to boost opinion in Turkey.
I will tell our story.
Confirm assignments.
I will help them.
Nice. Marshall Base is finishing up. On your for fun file, hatched a lantern, not entirely happy about it. I don't remember what lantern is, but hold on. Ah, that one. Yeah, understandable. That's not particularly amazing to have been walking around for like nearly a mile only for a lantern. Gudra is peak, as is Lugia. Both are peak. Alright. So the Academy is reinforcing their position in... Shit, it's this one. I think Dictator for Hire's loyalty was higher, so I think they can eat that better. And I'd rather Cherdenko not go insane.
I will report when my mission is complete.
The one who
people will
can
come to
shoot
our
everybody, I think, is the one I want to be more loyal. Nice. Up
The
to
people
11.
will come to our side.
I will
It's now up to
report when my
13.
mission is complete.
80% roll. What? Iran's anti-satellite test was carried out despite official protests from the United States of America. An obsolete satellite was targeted and successfully destroyed, scattering debris all over low Earth orbit. Triggers the following effects. 2 more debris in low Earth orbit. Iran gains 0.1 to its military tech. 1 in boost towards the found space priority. Interesting. What is that? I've never seen that before. Didn't China just do this IRL? That sounds right. I think they did something like that recently. Where they
Hit them where it hurts.
there we go. Servants
Mission
in
in progress.
Turkey are cracks down, and Cherdenko is right on the ball to purge them right out of that point. That's okay. But yeah, I've never seen the anti-satellite thing. That's interesting. Wonder what that came from. Nice. Bastion Station in Mercury orbit is coming
Our
online.
people have taken control.
Nice. Point numero uno in Turkey is taken. Instruments of soft power is complete. A common concern where... Okay. I think I might have accidentally not favorited it. But I remember... Crisis Diplomacy. Cool. We want to do that eventually. Appeals to Hope. I want to get everything that's like... there it is. Covert Ops. Everything that's, gives me more, control points I want. Period of Unity, National Research Oversight. Okay, I want that as well. National Labs is cool. Arrival Markets. Publicized Alien Threat. Public Behavioral Monitoring. Griffin Autopsy. Xenoflora Defoliants. Executive Protection. That would be good. Rapid Response Teams. Those two would be good to get eventually. But I think for now, we get Covert Ops, because that is an immediate and impactful way to get a whole bunch of command, like, right now. Lithuania, under the control of the Protectorate, and Albania have ended their alliance. Okay. Quickly, one of these. North Macedonia. Okay, no. I already guaranteed their safety. Got it. Ma'am, you earned a new follower. I have followed you across the board. Why, thank you. Glad to hear it. I'm glad I was entertaining. Alright. Confirm assignments. Mercurian Settlement Force. Okay. Oh, hell yeah! Marowak's cool. I like Marowak. I don't think I've ever gotten a Marowak in a Pokemon game. Kind of sad, because I like Marowak. Alright. So you... How long will it take to actually get this done? Covert Ops... beginning of next month. Okay, got it. Or I can get it at the very end of the month. But that means delaying Europe Ascendant by, like, almost 3 months. So, don't forget Georgia and Armenia. They also joined the EU. Huh. Do they? That they don't. Armenia doesn't. It can join the Eurasian Union, though. I guess that makes sense with Europe Ascendant, yeah. But yeah, mostly right now I'm going to focus my efforts onto Turkey, and then I'll probably go after Georgia and Armenia. Pretty soon I'm probably going to have to piss off at least one more faction. It will probably be the Academy, because the Academy controls a bunch of stuff that I would really like Norway, has a little foothold in Finland, but Mexico is the big one that I would like to go after. Because if I can get Mexico, I can start working towards United North America. Which would be pretty nice. Right.
What's the op?
Lauren, don't stop this gravy train now. Go ahead and
Going
make a
after
run
their people.
at their
Acknowledged. Making our case.
executive.
Ready for orders.
Dictator. Yeah, you were the one who got, you're the one who's unhappy right now. You also go ahead and do...
I will try to sway the public.
Acknowledged.
It's not that much of a loss to piss off the Academy. They have low approval in terrible nations right now. Yeah, fair enough. Maybe I could sell them one of my, like, lesser, moon colonies. Like, well, actually, all 3 of them are pretty okay. I guess the one... If I were to trade them a colony for it, probably Athena 2. Like, it's just a bit of water and metal. Whereas, this one is a good amount of fissiles, weirdly, and this is a really large amount of metal. Yeah, I might be able to get some good resources off of them for that.
What's the op?
Maybe that's what I send Dictator off to do. Yeah,
Initiating
side
contact.
mission. Also,
Reporting
all of their people are, like, really low loyalty.
I'm on
It's
your
kind of
side.
funny.
Standing by for orders.
At your
The Academy is
service.
not doing great on their own front. You're gonna attempt the purge of the executive.
Terminating the opposition.
Because if
I'm
this
here.
works, then it really won't matter how much I
Reporting
spend
in.
on that. You are going to also
We
Boost
must
opinion.
persuade the people.
and go. How long until our first Warhammer's done? Our Warhammers get done in 90 days, so in about August, our Warhammers will be done. Alien facility strike, what?
Ready.
I don't know where you saw alien facility
Your
strike.
orders.
Where to?
Ready for my mission.
The last 2? Assault alien asset, you mean? Assault alien asset, that's just for fighting off Xenoflora. Which, granted, I've not been doing a very good job of. That's why I wanted the orbital bombardment thing, because because of this. Okay, how many is it now? Let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 megafauna currently rampaging across Western. No, 8. There's an 8th one. There's an 8th one in Tunisia. Yeah, Africa is not doing particularly hot right now. And that's why, yes, they're going to get Covenant glassed. That's why I wanted the green laser boat, was so that I had something that could fire through the atmosphere. Which honestly, I think I could probably do with, like, a gunship. Like, I might just be able to plop a green laser on a gunship and work on that, because that would be kind of fun. And it would be pretty quick. I guess I could test to see how that works. So utility modules. Quantum batteries are cheap and work fine. Heavy water sink, though. Our basic radiator, our good power plant, our good drive might as well. Cool. It can go pretty okay now. It's not going to be armored, like, at all, because this thing isn't built for that. What should this bad boy be called? Yeah. I guess that makes sense, yeah. It's not like they're going to be fighting back. What should this thing be called? It's a laser... Well, it's the scale of a Locust, so maybe it's a Locust variant. What's the Locust lasers? What's the Locust medium laser variant? The 5M. Alright. 5-M. Capitalize the M. There we go. So the Locust 5M will be our funny little laser boat. It'll be cheap as hell to produce. It will have an okay amount of Delta V. So it won't be completely useless. Just a standard gun? I could use, like, a 10-inch cannon. That is possible. However, that would require a bunch of refitting and refueling and restocking after every bombardment, whereas this doesn't require that. And while I do think that it now while it now has a chance to do collateral damage, this will have a significantly lower chance. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I also just think orbital lasers are cool, but I think, practicality-wise, it makes sense to me that while they may have made it that it can happen, I think this reduces the amount of collateral damage I'll end up doing by using a green laser. I'm aware it has insufficient Delta V. And we will have that build after the... We'll have you finish after the trebuchet gets done. Yeah, orbital 150mm is cool. Actually, what scale is this? 10-inch gun? What is 10 inches in millimeters? This would actually be a 250mm. If I were to use this, it would be a 250mm. That's weaker than the Dreadnought gun? The 10-inch cannon? Yeah, the 10-inch cannon is shit. It's basically a repurposed naval cannon. Yeah, by comparison, this does like twice the damage, the green laser. So yeah. That'll get built eventually. And that can start working on the Xenoflora kinetic-only weapons. That would be interesting, because railguns and stuff can get pretty good. And they're a little difficult to defend against without, like, autocannons. So, kinetic only is possible. I've just really wanted to get into, yeah, railguns and torpedoes, those can absolutely carry you. I'm really hoping, once this gets done, I can get the, Advanced Missile Warfare Doctrine, which, hopefully, if I get lucky, will unlock nuclear torpedoes for me. Those slap. Especially the shaped charge variety, where even if they shoot them down, it still blows them up. Yeah, that's true. Seeing if the shots land is nice. Also, weirdly, the servants are over here conquering Nigeria using Chinese military. I don't know why they're doing that.
Reaching out.
Though our methods may differ, we both wish to safeguard humanity.
What was... Oh, you want specific ones, huh? Animal base, Bradley base. How about I give you this, and you give me an org or something for it. Plus unity is nice. Plus energy research, economy, Jolt games, Arcadia products. The only project they have is heavy fission reactor array, which I don't really need right now. Like, that would probably be good for, like, tier 3 settlements, but I'm not there yet. So, Caledonia, Zenobia, Wisteria, Slate Brands, economy, military science. I'd rather like social science stuff. Rosselhog. Neat. Engineering. Iron Rose Media. Second Chance. Interesting. Octans Missiles, Phoenix, Ajax, ARAM Intelligence, Paris Services, Bonus Engineering, Space Science Research, that's not terrible, Information Science, Closer, Energy Research, but they, like, don't have anything that I want. No wonder they're doing terrible right now. They've got, like, nothing. Like, all of this is pretty bad. I guess... Yeah, they don't want to do that trade. Okay, so they're willing to trade one of their 1-stars. Which I think... They like that one a bit too much. What about Caledonia? Okay. How do you feel? You guys have, like, nothing in space. I don't feel too terrible about giving you some boost. Holy crap, how much do you want? Yeah. Alright, hold on. Intel on the Academy, resources-wise. Why are you guys being so stingy when you have 0.7 boost production and are currently sitting at 4.9 boost? Like, really? You're not in a place to be stingy about what you're willing to do for boost right now. Though they are absolutely zero on Nobles and Viziles. So that might be what we leverage. There we go. For 10 fizzles and... Well, actually, hold on. I've got more of this one. Can I get away with that? No. They want the Fizziles more. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you guys get, like, a tiny amount of that. Sure. For a information science thing that I could take from you. Does anybody have, like, a free space of admin? You do. Go ahead and take it.
A life spent merely enduring is a life spent waiting for death. Allow yourself to become the flame that pushes back the darkness. The flame that others will flock around. Superior Judith Howell. Forward to How to Lead. Small steps, big changes.
What was she doing that she got the forward on some random guy's book? Alright, cool. Acceleration Pharmaceuticals. Interesting. Oh, that makes it so that you can increase your maximum acceleration. That's cool. You know what, honestly? Let's go with super alloys. Foamed metal armor, I don't know how it matches up to carbon nanotube armor. I think it would be better, because I think this is more expensive, and it's taken longer to get here. It adds some stuff for advanced fission, moves stuff towards fusion. Yeah, solar mirror array, that's cool. Better yeah. Let's do this. This helps keep our bonuses nice and diversified. Why is literally nobody investing in artificial intelligence right now? I know! I live in 2025 right now. I know people go absolutely nuts trying to throw their money away into artificial intelligence. And yet literally only me and Humanity First care right now. And this is like actual AI, not like bullshit.
Public opinion is moving in our
Public
direction.
campaign. Mission success. Nice. Our support in Turkey has gone back up again.
Mission in progress.
Punitive sanctions. Yeah. Sternly
We're winning
worded
their
message of
hearts and
disapproval, because Iran is currently under Colonel Hans. And I like Colonel Hans. I'm hoping to keep him a friend for a while at least. That's okay.
We lost their trail.
Prepping
Man,
for
she
mission.
failed. Alright, what are you up to? Heavy fission reactor array unlocked. Nice. Didn't even need to steal it. Another fleet is coming to Earth. Cool, cool, cool. Unfortunately, I don't really have anything
Our
in
enemies
play.
are still in control.
I think they just moved along. I must be riding a real fine line right now, because the alien hate meter has not moved. Nice! Brennus Station is up and running. Work together inside multiple nations. That would be kind of cool. Unfortunately, it just kind of doesn't work like that. Actually, it sort of does. Because one of the few nations that's still in the EU that isn't a part of the EU is controlled by Humanity First. So, like, they're the only ones getting any real benefit out of my massive pool of... Hold on, let me check something. Boost income. Yeah! Yeah. I still produce so much, it leaves everybody else red. The European Union is producing so much boost, it literally leaves everybody else in the dust. They barely even show up as different. The EU is strong. What about research? Investment, population, federations, sustainability, unrest. Is there a research one? Federations, national claims, ISS, democracy, sustainability, unrest, military tech level, control points, per capita GDP, investment. I guess that's not like a bad measure. Investment, which is not terribly different. As for the actual numbers, though, European Union is currently producing 931, which is about double what China's making, and is about 100 more than what the US is making. Granted, some of that is because it's falling down a bit, because the economy is shrinking a bit, because I'm working really hard on bringing inequality down. Because while Europe currently makes way more science, the US is actually really close to crossing the 10 education threshold, which will have a massive braking effect on my unity if I cross that with even moderate inequality. Actually, these guys have much lower. -6. Yeah. For even just like the one difference between these two, it's like a full 2-point loss on unity. If I were to go over the 10 right now. Unity's helping a little bit. It's pushing our direct investment might be a good idea, actually. Unfortunately, I'm not making enough of money to do that, because they blew up the Protectorate blew up my fucking hospital station, so I lost a whole bunch of money. I'm barely making money right now. My new hospital station is coming online soon, hopefully. And that will mean I'll have money again. They blew up Malaysia. But yeah, until I can get Brennus Station up and running, with its 6 medical centers, my for-profit healthcare will hopefully make this work. It should get me at least a little bit of money. Good bit more money, at least a little bit. My brain is failing. The alien is in Florida. How is it alive? Also, it hasn't done any enthrallment. Yes, Americans have decided it was actually better to export medicine to space. Literally do anything. Florida woman alien. At some point, I'm gonna properly get around to making more of that one Xenoform art that I made, I'm gonna make more of it, and I'm gonna try and make a mod that replaces these portraits with that. Florida woman with gator skin boots and a shotgun versus alien. Alien loses every time.
Acknowledged.
Lauren, you're gonna try that crackdown again. We're gonna move up, I guess. Bonus to public campaign. Bonus to purge. Okay, yeah. Let's go after that one then.
Turning up the
yeah,
heat.
Go the full send.
Ready to go.
Sure did go.
Standing by
Go
for
ahead and try and
orders.
purge
Ready
it.
for my mission. Targeting the opposition.
Just two, because
What's
again,
the
if it cracks down, then it won't matter. But as of right now. All right. So what's something now that we know that the Academy has like jack and shit? Let's send
I will tell
Vindel
our story.
off to
Acknowledged.
boost our popularity in Mexico. Start working on that, because that will be the next one we take after Turkey. Kiryu is going to continue boosting
I
our
will tell
popularity
our story.
in Turkey.
Ready.
Dictator. Actually, maybe Dictator does this. We throw him a good bit of
Making our
money so that he
case.
has a good chance.
Ready
But
to
we
go.
have Kiryu start boosting
I'll
the
speak with
loyalty
them.
of Dictator back up, because they're a bit down in the dumps. Wish you could restore the Ottoman Empire? That would be really cool. If there was like a Ottoman super state for like here. I think it would actually be really... That would... Okay. Kind of on the same vein as like the Nuco Prosperity Sphere, where it's like slightly worse, but it kind of allows you to screw over somebody else if they've got control of something. Imagine somebody controls France, and they want to make the European Union, but you sweep in, take Italy, and merge together Spain, Algeria, Libya, Egypt, the Levant nations, and like Turkey, and make Rome. Neo-Rome. We're just like, all of a sudden, this is like its new power base, and now, you know, if they want to form Super EU, they basically have access to this, which granted, is still probably more powerful than Italy and Turkey together. France and Germany together are probably more powerful than Italy and Turkey, but it would be funny. A Pan-Latin League? Yeah. Italy, Spain, France, and Romania? Yeah. I just like the idea of, like, weird historical options as, like, weird slant options. I think would be cool. Alright, confirm assignments. Hannibal Base is up and running, and is making us a pretty good amount of noble metals and fuel. Cool, cool. Nice.
I believe they'll stay loyal to the cause.
Alright, repeat. Because that went down by 6, so... Restore the Mongol Empire, that would also be very nice. I think you can kind of do that through Russian dissolution.
Public
Sorta.
sentiment is increasingly with us.
Nice! 4%, huh? Go again.
We've moved the needle.
Nice. Oh, hell yeah! The Academy's cracking down on the servants in Norway. Nice. Actually, Norway is entirely controlled by people that I'm about to betray. Very interesting.
We've
Yeah,
neutralized
that
their
makes
key
sense.
people.
Oh, hell yeah.
I will report when my
It was
mission is
Chris success, too.
complete.
Covert Ops is done. Woo! that means we get a new person for our committee. Hell yeah. Let's go ahead and do... This might actually be a good thing to go for. Crisis diplomacy would be pretty good to get pretty soon. But I could bang out administrative node, and that will be really cool for making a Venetian, like, administration hub, where it's got admin nodes and command hubs. That'd be pretty cool. I think Crisis Diplomacy is the better one to go for right now, though. Oh, appeals to hub messaging doesn't actually do anything like that. Okay. Yep. Crisis Diplomacy time. That does slow down Europe Ascendant, though. What else could I do right now? There is a lab I could get. Are there any other labs I could get? Molten core fission reactor, hyperdelic, management research, audience research, interrogation, acceleration, high thrust, climate lab. Climate lab might be good to get. Give us some in life science bonuses, but we kind of already have a good amount of that. Ooh, that also raises our control point capacity. National investments into... What are those bridge projects? If I remember correctly... Yeah, basically it makes it so that, they are now connected via land. It makes it so that, the places that, are connected get a bonus to their GDP, and it makes it so that armies can walk between them. Any of that good for me? Not as far as I know. Like, it's mostly Southeast Asia and other stuff. Yeah, solar mirrors. Solar mirrors are cool. They give you a bonus to the power production of solar modules for faction bases on a planet. So it basically lets you do stuff like actually make solar power work on Mars and like certain asteroids. It's not super helpful further out, and like around Venus and Mercury, it's not like at all needed. I don't think they can be used as a weapon, but that sounds like an event they would do in this game. I mean, literally, I think that's what, why am I blanking on his name? That's what Amaris did in Battletech. He tried to use, the Venetian solar mirrors as a doomsday weapon and failed miserably. Alright, interrogation, climate labs, PSYOPs, railgun. Railguns might be a good thing to get, possibly. No, because that's already part of, the, point defense arrays and stuff. You get that from the global tax. Alright. Combat training. Global listening network. ECM listening post. Oh! Oh, this is the, this is the social science lab. I want that. Okay, we'll go with that. Now we get Europe Ascendant by the end of next year, and not, like, 2 years. Oh, there's another alien megafauna. Yeah, it's gonna be good to, get
Our
that
associates are
bombarder.
now in charge.
Nice! Persian turkey. Debris duty. Use onboard laser weaponry. Hell yeah. Reduce the amount of debris in that orbit by 1. Nice. Alright, Cherdenko.
Ready for orders.
Lauren. You're gonna make a pass at the executive.
Targeting their center of power.
Ready to go. We must persuade the
Continue
people.
boosting our popularity.
What's the op?
We're slowly coming to eclipse the other two. Cherdenko.
Removing our enemies.
Make a pass at that. Yeah. Using my research into investment would probably be a good idea. There are still a few things I want to get done, though. And also, I don't want to accidentally, like, kneecap one of my projects by accidentally trying to mix them together.
I think we had a breakthrough.
Alright, one more. And Dictator for Hire will have officially had undone the damage done by me siding against him. There we go. Listening post done. Alright. Economy priority. Thermal mining techniques. Yeah, probably. They usually have trouble when there isn't an alien helping them. Who'da thunk? Let's see. Let's also get the energy lab, I guess. That doesn't conflict with anything, and it keeps all our bonuses high. I do want to increase this. That might be a good thing to build a lab about. There is an interface orbit available. Vulture Station. We've got... Right, what was it? It was... Infoscience. Here we go. And then we also needed... point defense arrays, because we don't have the tier 2 version yet. We get that with our next military tech. Is it possible to build like defense stations? Not yet. I don't have access to them yet. I think defense stations are tier 3 point defense arrays. As a military station? Kinda? You can make like a harbor basically where your ships work out of. But unfortunately building defenses on one station doesn't give you any benefit for any others. So, it's not terribly amazing. Solar arrays get done in 60 days. Get one more and another array. There we go. Almost perfect. Perfecto. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that each provide a... Wait, no, these are point defense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 that each provide 2.5%. That means a total of 15% extra info science in about 30 days. Well, 60 because these have to get done. That would be cool. Like, if you could have, like, bombardment station where, like, it has a... It, like, whatever your biggest gun is, you could mount it on, like, a... Like, one of your, like, main nose guns. You could choose to mount one on a station as, like, a... As, like, a, As, like, a... Why am I fucking blanking on words? As a module. And it had, like, a greater range. And, like, whatever the tier of your station was, you could use that tier of your weapon. Like the 2 wide for... Yeah, like a Halo Max station would be really cool. You give up the diversity of defenses that like a point defense or another defensive station gives you for a much more powerful and longer range defensive option. Would be really cool. But unfortunately, it does not exist. Yet.
The people will come to our side.
I'm hoping I get the research lab soon. I think that's why I was doing the AI, right? Yeah, the institutes. These are the tier 2, if I remember correctly. The tier 2 labs for the institutes.
We hold no sway in their minds.
Oh,
Targets got away.
dang it. Alright, repeat. Maybe he'll just roll the 5. You know, that's always an option. New counselors start with 40 XP? What? What? Hold on. Where was that? Where's Crash Course? Crash Training Program. That one, yes. I'm willing to delay Europa Senate slightly by working on that one. Because that's cool. Actually, I've got the open slot. I should really hire a person. Yeah, we'll do a common concern. Either that or institutional bastions. That would help, actually. Common concern. It is. But I think we can recruit somebody now. Yeah, we've got the open slot. Alright, we want somebody who can do command stuff, mostly. Somebody younger, because everybody on my team is getting old. Officer, Tech Mogul, Command, Assault Enemy Space Asset, Assault Alien Asset, Coup d'etat, Stabilize. That's not bad. Officer, Coup d'etat, Assault Alien Ashen. If I hire an Indian, that would help with operations getting into India. That is true. Like this 30-year-old Indian commando. Government, military engineer, suspicious, survivor, hard target. Government, survivor, loss averse, hard target, naval engineer. Naval engineer. Knows how to float a boat. This fixer has low command. Alright. So it's between the commando and the officer. The officer can inspire, which is nice, but he's 51, which is not amazing. So I think we go with you. Yeah. We already have 2 people who can do inspiration. Military engineer's pretty nice, too. Suspicious isn't great. Does give bonuses to investigation and espionage. Government is nice, because it means we can get a bunch of government agencies to boost command further. Yeah. Welcome, you. Question, Kobold. I've been naming all of my, people after people who join stream. You happen to join stream. Would you like to be this operative? Out of curiosity. Alrighty. Let's quickly get you the things. Data jack, protection unit. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm negative on money. Crap. Well, thankfully those first 2 are the really important ones, so we'll get that one. Exit. Customize. bold. Very nice. Coolio. And now, Air Force Special Operations Command gives a bonus to command. Actually, I think we have on other people command-related orgs, which we can pull off to put on somebody else, like her. Yeah. At Astra Games, it's not amazing, but it's something. Saber Group Services. That's not amazing. Also, it's giving you the ability to do stabilize and stuff, which they can already do, so... What about you? Do you have anything? You have special activities, but that's mostly keeping your espionage up. So I think we're gonna keep that on you. What about you? Could switch over Sea Dragon, because they're also government. Would give her protect target, which is nice. Commando is good dual espionage command, but I would mostly be building them for command right now, because that's really what I need. Increase unrest, assault alien asset. I think taking these two off and putting them on you, Kobold, would be the best option. Which means we need some... of these, we also need some of the, admin orgs. My brain... I said it at the start, but I'm working on like 5 hours of sleep. I'm impressed I've managed this far. I do need a lot more cash. Yes. How much benefit is this giving me? Plus 25 science. From orgs. Counselors contributing 15. Yeah, I could do that. This would lower my science slightly, which sucks, but this is really expensive to keep a hold of. Military, found military, build army, build navy, funding, found, boosts. Military science research bonus is nice. This would give coup d'etat, which I don't know if you have. You don't? Okay, yeah. Okay, we take Pax Robotica then. Right. Quickly, we go over here. Free Federation of Workers. Gives you a little boost, but also gives you admin. Assign that. And can assign that. Those will process at the start of the next turn. Dang it, they took my,
We're in control now!
my point. Hell yeah, Sherdenko! Sherdenko just purged that shit on a 4%. Hell yeah. Also, a whole bunch of medical centers just finished. Hell yeah. Wang Jian, look at that! We've gone from negative 0.2 to plus 35 a day. Hell yeah. Also, the aliens really don't like us, I think because we've got a bunch of stations up and running now. Thankfully, what's also completing soon is the Warhammer and the Trebuchets. The Warhammers and Trebuchets are finishing soon. We still don't have the mission control, which sucks. I've had... Wait, why are you investing in Boost? Alright, invest like this. Continue building mission control. I think we've built like 10 over the course of this stream. America is slowly getting towards being stable, which is nice. We're now up to polarized.
At your
Which is
service.
nice. You go ahead and crack down the other point.
Applying pressure on their people.
At your
Serdenko.
service.
Your
Purge
orders?
that shit right there.
Targeting the opposition.
At your service.
Vindel.
We'll make our appeal.
Boost our popularity in Mexico.
Standing by for orders.
And dictator.
Reporting in.
Boost our popularity in Turkey.
I will tell our story.
Ready.
If you can focus down planetary defense, it's very worth it. A lockdown servant post, that's adorable. I don't know how to read that statement. Alright. Militarization of Earth is almost done. Yeah, it should have been super hard. Again, he had a 4% chance. And I think he rolled like a 3. Very good job. Yeah, he waltzed into the presidential like palace or whatever it is in Turkey, and then just like bonked the president over the head. Right. So that. Whoops. Org Marketplace. Information science plus espionage plus money. A lot of plus money. Actually. Hold on. Serdenko. Could we replace something of yours with that? I mean, this doesn't really do anything except give you +2 espionage. So yeah. Why can't I purchase? What am I missing? Oh, money. I have a solution for that. I need, what, 500? So I need about $200. Boop. There we go. Centaurus Semiconductor. Hell yeah. Also, I think somebody had... Yes. Vindel. I need to start specializing Vindel in something. Because currently they're kind of just not doing much. $3 compared to the $35 we're already making is not that much. I think actually admin might help more because admin also increases how much money you get from stuff. If only slightly. +8 knowledge. Monthly income. Sell this. Get a little bit of money back. Palops, Chameleon, Puppus. Aldebaran Fund. Would give a little bit of a bonus to Persuasion. +8 to our knowledge priority, but would take some money. I really need to get that one science that lets you, get more orgs per month. That'd be nice. We're very close to finishing our interrogation of the Hydra, which is cool. Oh yeah, cool. We need to give you a job to do. What do we send you off to do? You have an okay amount of command. So let's go ahead and send you after some xenoforms. Trying to get any Gabon. Yeah, go do that. Red Lobster is hiring. Oh shit, for real?
Heading to the LZ.
Alien breaks immediately, tells us all of the secrets. Gainful employment. Truly the most powerful negotiation. Alright. Confirm assignments. It's kind of funny that, I guess because you came in after the spy, that you show up just separated from everybody else. It's just kind of funny. Ooh. Interesting. Huh? You want to surpass me, huh? Well, I can't really stop you right now, apparently.
I believe they'll stay loyal to the cause.
Nice! That brings Dictator back off to base. Ooh! Okay, getting this and the other one would be really nice. Because then if I have to replace anybody, like they die, then it gets like 80 XP right off the bat. That's nice. Defend interest complete. Nice. Oh, that's... that's the Academy locking down having North Korea, which is very funny to me. They don't even have North Korea. They have half of North Korea. Also, the Humanity First is in charge, yet is not actually popular even in a bit in North Korea. Every known language known to man, we blast caramel dancing until you will break. Truly, torture beyond any known defense. Ooh. Ooh, hold on. Oh shit. That's a problem. That sucks, in fact. They will show up about a month before they make it to... They'll show up about a month prior to them making it to Mercury. Is there... No, there isn't. I can't get them to turn around. They are too far out already. The Mercurian settlement force is going to be intercepted in August. About a month before... Oh, now that's actual torture. That's crossing a line. That's interdimensional Geneva Convention breaking. Yeah, they really don't like me. They're coming to blow up my mostly unarmed colonial thing. Hey, the first Locust M is done. Nice. The first of my mini fleet that I'm building around the moon of locusts. I guess they aren't happy with us blasting Caramel Dancing at their one operative that we captured. Hence, they're going to commit a war crime on me. You know? I mean, fair is fair. Also, Huaneng Station is still basically their only properly functional... Yeah, they've just done nothing with Cleopatra Station. And I don't know why. I guess they're focusing really hard elsewhere, maybe? I don't know. Bigger Torture is queuing up 20 videos and then setting them to repeat offset by 20 seconds. Yeah, that would be hell.
We've moved the needle.
Public campaign success. Nice. We are slightly more popular in Mexico. Launching for low lunar orbit. Okay, so this is their first proper retaliation against me. I can read the room. What? 29% chance. Oh, because they locked down. Got it.
Public
like,
sentiment
what
is
the fuck?
increasingly with us.
Nice. I oughta lock those two down. It's slightly less efficient. Alright. What are you guys here up to? Low Earth orbit. I saw you were here, but where are you? The aliens. Which one is in Earth orbit? Victor 6. Okay. So they're doing a surveillance scan with like 4 ships. So I can't exactly touch that with my locust.
Target still in one piece.
And hopefully they don't decide to... Aw, man! That's... bad omen. Hopefully they don't decide to start blowing
Our
shit up
associates were unable
about
to
it.
take control.
Understandable. Ooh. Reached Mercury. Take me there. Foresights. Hell yeah. Look at all this shit. 50 metal, 40, 40, 50. Okay. So let's go ahead. Holy crap, that is so much boost. Fizziles? Not much. That's unfortunate. But we're not here for Fizziles. We're here for their metal income. So let's go ahead. So it takes about 30 less days to get there, but then I'm setting it to tier 1 and it's just kind of crap. Jeez. So I say we launch settlements to squat on the 2 biggest, and then we send outposts to squat on the others. So Suse. Close. And Adventure. All the others get outposts. Why can't I found any more? Oh, cause money too. Okay. All right. Bocaracco. And Tolkien. Control 42 Habs. Hell yeah. And we can even put down one more. Let's get Prokiev. We're sending so many people to live on Mercury right now. We're gonna need to build up some money before we start building stuff, because I think you need a starting amount of money. Oh wait, because it's... No, it doesn't, because it needs Because it just takes materials. That's right. Okay. Alright. So, settlement mining complex. Because, yeah. A solar array. Hell yeah. 3-point defense arrays. A skunk works. We've got the nanofactory being set up on the station, so it should be fine. It'd probably not be pleasant to live on Mercury, no. But it would be profitable. Quite profitable. So skunk works, operations center maybe? What do we put on here? You know what? Extra nanofactories are nice. Might as well. We can also put an ops center. Because we have plenty of power. The solar farms don't farm themselves, but sir, they literally do. Solar array. Yeah, you know what? This is what we'll do. We'll set up skunkworks, nanofactories, and like a farm. Yeah, a farm. And that should provide enough food for pretty much all of the crew on each of these bases. While also making them really, really money. Makes them make a lot of money. Research, gotta get research up. Yeah, I could do that on some of them, yeah. Maybe I'll do that with the next one. Pontiac will be our money maker up here. And then... Mark green, I guess. Close. Outpost. Okay, this is the outpost. Outpost mining complex. A solar collector. Hydroponics bay. You know what? I think it makes the most sense. Okay, wait, no. They need... Okay, so a hydroponics bay, a solar collector, and a point defense array, just so that they have some amount of defense each. Yeah. That will be the basic setup. I can copy that. Ah, here's the other one. Okay. So for this one, skunkworks. Oh yeah, that's where the mine goes. Oops. Mine. Farm. Skunkworks so that it can handle events. Point defense. Another ops center, because I like the idea of these having ops centers. Solar array. Solar array. Whoa, solar array be upon ye. And then, for science... You know what? I think it makes the most vibes sense to put energy research here. Your eyes? Is it because the setup is actually it's actually not that badly balanced. What researches am I having? Oh, the sunlight too. Yeah, that makes sense. You know what? Military science is kind of lacking right now. So we'll make this study military stuff. And we could eventually put military institutes up here, which would be cool. Yeah, looking at the sun here is not a great idea. You're pretty darn close. Alright. Then, do I have anything else that needs working on? Right. I could probably add some stuff to these as well, because they're not... Yeah. What could I add to you? Alright, you have the construction module. Everybody has skunkworks, everybody's got power. We could upgrade that construction module, but I'd kind of like to get everything else up and running first. Maybe we build a nanofactory here? Yeah, something like that. Up center. And then a parafission reactor arrays to keep it running. No, we don't have enough to support that. Yeah, I guess Ceres will kind of be built like this. Unfortunately, aesthetics and tactical needs often clash. And here, tactical needs are definitely taking center stage. Well, that is making a good amount of resources. Cool. Upgrade that. We're just gonna put ops centers everywhere. Help us boost our mission control even faster. Construction module, fission pile, outpost mining complex. This won't even be done, so. Vesta? Okay, Vesta's kind of in a similar situation. I mean, technically with solar reflectors and stuff, you might be able to make it work. Maybe. Alright. You... Ah, Deimos. Deimos should get some good shit. Oh, it's gonna be fucked. Alright, whatever. Point defense arrays. We can upgrade that to a farm. Upgrade this to a settlement mining complex. Add another fission reactor array. Add a nanofactory. They called me crazy! I mean, to be fair, the dark side of the moon actually gets light about as often as the front of it. The light side of the moon. So it's not actually that ridiculous to invest in solar on the dark side of the moon. It's mostly just ridiculous to invest in solar on the moon, which is dark in most places for about, like, 15 days a month. Dark side of Mercury, definitely, yeah. Considering that's dark for, like, almost... What, is it, like, almost a full year? Like an Earth year? The way the rotation of Mercury works? So, got those. Nanofactory, fission reactor array. Skunkworks. Operations center. And then the fission reactor arrays. Uh-oh. We've done something wrong. What did I do? Point defense array, op center, skunkworks, fission reactor array, farm, fission reactor array, nanofactory, fission reactor array, fission reactor array. How is this one getting less power? What? 170. Maybe, oh, maybe it's because of this one not being online yet. Maybe. I hope so. Does Skunkworks? It might be the farm. Maybe. I don't know. Something about that's weird. Yeah, it's tidally locked. Its orbit is its rotation. Yeah. I don't think it's perfectly tidally locked. I think it does still have a day-night, but it is really slow. Mostly it happens because its orbit is really elliptical. Alright, that should be most everything. Building montage complete. Back to the Earth. It's literally a mad brainchild of a company throwing a bunch of scientists in the room, throwing money at them and telling them to make this new thing. Yeah, and Skunkworks has made some crazy shit through that.
Your
Skunkworks
orders?
is awesome. Alright. Kobold. Do we have new orcs? Oh. Do we have anything that we can give you? Shardenko. Admin brings it up to 2, -1. Brings it to 2 over, so we'd lose 1, so we'd need to rehome this. But we could take Viola Group off Shardenko and put that on you. Yes. This is already weirdly out of place, so I'm cool with taking it off. Okay. We can put you on... Who's our science guy? Dictator. The U-2, the Blackbird, and the Nighthawk, and the F-22 Raptor. Hell yeah. Those are like all of my favorite things. Yeah, okay, we really need more money. Money is continuing to be a problem. And it's gonna get worse before it gets better, too, which is fun. We could. We've got some built-up influence. Could pump a good amount of funding out of the US real quick. Send the Nighthawk, whose air detection system is fast. Neat! I didn't know about the... I don't know much about the Nighthawk, so... That should boost it a little bit. Yeah. Oh, the night... Isn't that the one that has, like, a radar cross-section that's, like, about the size of a goose? Yeah, it's like... like, you can more easily see, like... You could more easily find in the sky with radar, like an actual, like, pigeon than you could see a Nighthawk. I do remember hearing that at some point. I love shit like that. Military development stuff is cool. Alright, unfortunately we cannot put Viola Group on you yet, because we need money. And unfortunately, noble metals don't sell for that much, and I don't have that much of Fizziles. Officially, the Nighthawk is retired? That's cool. If true, to be fair. You know, I'm personally of the opinion that once they officially retire something, they've probably actually retired it. Because in most cases, the US military has something operational for like 20 to 30 years before they even acknowledge its existence. So it would make sense to me that they've got something that's comparable to it, and they've just kind of been sitting on it. Alright. Kobold. Should go shoot. Oh, there's aliens in New Orleans? I mean, I guess we've had this guy running around, so...
Taking it to them.
Your orders?
You're going to the bayou.
Where do you need me?
I guess that makes sense. Keeping it on standby for
Where
stuff
do you need me?
makes sense.
Standing by.
Bindle, continue to build our popularity.
I will try to sway the public.
And...
Ready for my mission.
I hope you shouldn't. You've got good command. You should be able to fight off a crocodile.
Ready for my mission.
Though if it's in a river, it'd be an alligator. Right? Am I remember that correctly? Yeah. I think. Chudinko. Purge. Go ahead on control point 3.
Terminating the opposition.
Standing by.
Standing by.
Go after that. Roll the 50-50, I guess.
Targeting their key people.
Reporting in.
Through. Boost.
Where do you need
And
me?
Dictator. Oh, yeah, that's right. You haven't had any loyalty boosting. Alright.
I'll
Dictator,
ensure their loyalty.
your job for now is to gas up our new commando. Make sure that they don't implode.
I work for you now.
Where to?
Ready for my mission.
Ready to go.
I
At
mean,
your service.
you might promise to be loyal, but that number suggests otherwise. I just want to check, you know? It's better to be safe than sorry, you know? A little interrogation here and there is good for the soul, you know?
I believe they'll stay loyal to the cause.
Nice.
We've moved the needle.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Nice! Public campaign. Critical success. Did Russia merge in Ukraine? Did Ukraine pop out of Russia? No, they've been independent. They're not even in the, they're allies with, but they're not even in the, Eurasian Federation. I mean, the initiative controls both, so that would probably contribute to thinking it was both. Political unity. In a rare display of unity, politicians of the European Union have determined that they must act together if any progress is to be made. They are adamant that something must be done to improve the European Union, and we have the perfect opportunity to guide them. Invest in 50 welfare priorities. That's not bad. 20 military priorities. Or 20 knowledge. I think because it's the thing that takes the most to get out of. Yeah, that's a pretty good thing to root for, I'd say, compared to European implosion. You know? I say because it takes so much time to invest into it, as we've seen with the US, I say we invest the 50 into welfare and drop this by, like, a good bit.
Targets lost.
Yeah. Right then. Wait. Maybe it hasn't processed yet? Oh yeah, it did. Yeah, 0.12 drop. Which is like a seventh of all the amount my welfare priority here has done the entire game.
Target destroyed.
Hey, good job. Keep on keeping on. Also,
It
did
is
you
only
crack
a
that?
matter of time before this rush for gold turns red. To staunch the flow of blood, other nations will send their own armed envoys. It is in our best interest to be gone before that happens. Director Khalid Al-Ashgar overheard private conversation.
Okay. Well, fleet combatants, repair bay, marine assault unit, layered defense array, hell yeah, Space Force basic training, and operational security unlocked. Which means space assault doctrine. Okay, so that's getting marines, more marines. Flag bridge. Flag bridge is good. I remember that. Flag bridge is really, really good. Because it makes it so that your ships in a fleet take up less mission control. As long as there's one of those in it. But ultraviolet combat lasers would be really good to get. That would be really cool. Get ultraviolets. That would be a hell of a damage upgrade. Or... so many things to try. Spaceworks, Flag Bridge, Space Navy Academies. Space Navy Academy. Wonder what that is. Yeah, I think Space Navy is the best thing to go for, Because currently one of our big things is that we're very low on mission control. Yeah, I mean, I can equip a big navy with the stuff I already have and it'll be okay. Whereas if I get the ultraviolet lasers, then I have really cool guns, but not really anything to mount them on. I wonder, can I set up... I need free mission control in order to do that. Alright. Let's go ahead, because this has gotten up pretty well. This has gone down. This has come to a rest cohesion of 3.7. Let's go ahead and double up on our massive push for mission control by getting the US to do it as well. Are you focusing on locking down the inner 4 planets or rushing for Jupiter? I'm focusing on locking down the inner 4. My idea is I want to get these 4 locked down under my control and defensible, where I can, if I can maintain all-out war with the aliens with this, then I can, slowly work my way out towards Jupiter, then Saturn, and basically, this is much more defensible than trying to force my way out here, because they can access me from Uranus, Saturn, even the outer planets. It takes them a bit, but they can still get to me. So if I can keep them out of here, keep this locked down, and then work my way outwards, then I think that will be a much more efficient way of making this work. So yeah, I'm going to try and rush for more mission control. Within the European Union and America. And hopefully... Oh, nice. Space Force basic training.
The opposition remains in power.
Yeah, because she failed the crackdown. Operational security. Yo! Yes. Yes. Okay, hold on. That might be worth doing before... I guess that might be good doing after Hydra interrogation? Wait a little bit on the, trying to go all nations, like full, like, independent nations in this game, I think would be really difficult, but really cool. Alright. By the end of July, Hydra interrogation will be complete. How long? Operational security is only 2,500. Okay. Perfect. Singapore just expired, and the US just expired. Okay. We'll get back on
Standing
those
by
two.
for orders. Going after their
50-50.
people.
What's the op?
Ready to go.
Denko.
We are taking power.
Standing by for orders.
At your service.
True. Set up the federations like loose confederations, but not centralized. Yeah, that could work. It would still be absolute hell on your control point, Cap.
We'll make our appeal.
Acknowledged.
Any new orgs that are interesting? Strat Counselor, Horatio Surveillance, Palace Solutions, the Ketiyid Cartel, and Valkyrie Financial. Interesting. Strat Counselor, Assault Alien Target, Detain Counselor. Don't they gain bonuses in a Federation? I think they do. I'm not quite sure what they would be. Unified most of Asia. I need to watch more of Perun's like playthroughs, because the one I have watched all the way through was really fucking fun to listen to and watch. And that was the Exodus playthrough. That's what really got me into the game. Alright, that should be good. Also, I think, yeah, 20 days till our Warhammer is complete.
I think we've had a breakthrough.
Okay, yeah, repeat and continue.
Laying the groundwork.
I want to see a full Academy run. I want to see a full Academy run. I kind of want to do a full Academy run. I think that would be really cool. It would be really hard, but I want to try it. Reconnaissance array. What is that, out of curiosity? Reconnaissance array. Level 2. Oh, it's the level 2 information social lab. Okay. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. We'll be getting Oh wait, no. Okay, I guess it's just it's its own thing, probably with military. Yeah, research is a lot. I would want, if I'm gonna end up doing a, oh hell yeah, said his favorite. If I'm gonna end up doing an Academy run, I'm going full Starfleet. Like, militaristic Academy, where we will win by force. We will make the aliens like us by force, is the vibe I want to go with. Like the battlecruiser? Okay. Our first two trebuchets have been constructed. The fact. Romeo 60. Alliance, Audacious, Atlanta, and then the trebuchet. Wait, shouldn't we have a fourth trebuchet? Oh, it's done in 6 days. Okay. Alright. Well, for now, though, we have one trebuchet. In 6 days, we'll have another trebuchet. And then a few days after that, we'll have our Warhammer. Not enough power or engine output. That makes sense, just like historically. Battleships have always been a little bit iffy on the actual, like, utility front. Cruiser. Hardpoints, 2 nose, 3 hull, 7 utility. Battle cruiser, 3 nose, 2 hull, 5 utility. Battleship, 2 nose, 6 hull, 6 utility. Interesting. It actually has less overall firepower. Well, actually, no. It has more overall firepower, but it's more hull-based on a battleship. Interesting. Infiltrated. Oh, the infiltrated line. That's right. Okay, the leak seems to be remedied. False positive. Okay. Let's spend the ops. Cade Vice seemed to be our leak, having been seen accessing several secure rooms that she had no legitimate business in, inspecting server cabling, and investigating the ventilation system. She explained and was able to justify she had only been searching for escaped pet rat Mr. Squeaks, checking for nod cables in an attempt to trace his movements. Miss Weiss has received a warning, but Mr. Squeaks has been safely recovered. Wow. Okay. Cool.
We're winning their hearts and minds. Cleaning things up.
Nice.
People will come to our side.
We're almost overtaking the servants in public popularity in Turkey.
With all due respect, there are only two things that really matter here. Getting wherever we need to be fast, and not getting ourselves killed in the process. Commander Fiona Ayawade, technical briefing.
Battleships soak damage and stay in the fight. Battle cruisers try to hit hard and fast as possible. That makes sense. And then the cruisers, the normal cruisers, are like the lighter, cheaper option. Super alloys, foam metal armor and shit. Nice. What other techs are we currently doing? Space Navy's applied artificial intelligence. Well, apparently this is needed for improved shipbuilding techniques, so let's go with that. Alright, here to surveil. North Channel Crossing, Glasgow, Belfast. Okay, that might actually be one to do, because I control that. Make missile cruisers? That makes sense. I like missile cruisers. They're cool. Nice. Successful crackdown of the servants in Turkey. Ooh, a fleet has gone for low Mars orbit. Okay. Hydra interrogation. I'm gonna drink some water because this is gonna be a lot of reading. Because the Hydra spoken language is so simple and complex, factors such as meaning and tone spring primarily from olfactory emissions, it has taken incredible time and patience to divine useful meaning from our captive's multisensory declarations. Every failure is an opportunity to learn, of course. Each unfortunate dead end our questioning reached only granted greater insight into the alien's strange language. After countless such stumbles, a discourse of sorts has been established.
Our interrogation of our captive has yielded critical information, Commander.
As the interrogation began, the atmosphere in the room was tense. Many of our personnel believed the Hydra simply would not respond. It was with surprise and relief that we saw our sensors were picking up Ferrocite activity. As it turned out, the Hydra is quite willing to speak, though whether it could be considered cooperative is another matter. Full transcript of the interrogation attached. Translator's note: subtext and emotion in the Hydra language are primarily conveyed by Ferrocites. We have indicated the emotional state of each statement with curved brackets. Where exact translation is not possible, we have used asterisks to indicate our best fit approximation. Some terms are unfortunately entirely incomprehensible and are marked untranslatable. We believe these to be proper nouns or technical terms which our language has no equivalent. Begin transcript. Query: reveal name self species. Suspicious cautious. Species known as untranslatable. Wary confused. Individual called untranslatable. Untranslatable of untranslatable. Proud sure. All true Hydra. Share membership in Defense Consensus. Query: reveal origin species. Defiant evasive. Edge of solar system. Untranslatable. Astronomical. Body rich in resources necessary for untranslatable. Defiant. Successful project completion is inevitable. Query: clarify origin species planet. Defiant. Acts of untranslatable are forbidden. Wild species must be kept at safe separation. Access to gate by wild species is forbidden. Query, clarify gate. Shame, anger, no, release now. At this point, the Hydra became agitated and refused to answer further questions. The information gained from the first interrogation was of limited value, but at least our prisoner is willing to communicate. We plan to conduct another round of questions, this time focusing on the Hydra's purpose. Complete their purpose when it becomes available. Parasite Resistance Project. Increases our defenses to being influenced by alien parasites. Hell yeah. There was something I wanted to do. What was it? I was gonna do... There was something I wanted to do before I did the next alien tech. Admin node, National Research Oversight, Institutional Bastions, United North America, Targeting Computer, Operational Security. Operational Security, that's right. I can have this done by the end of September. Hell yeah. Whoa. Plasma tornadoes ravage the surface of Mercury. The atmosphere of Mercury has been long something of a mystery. The planet's low gravity should not be able to contain even an atmosphere this thin, and yet it does. Not only that, but the atmosphere is inconsistent, appearing and disappearing in different spots all over the planet. The answer appears to be plasma tornadoes, or as our science division is keen to correct us, magnetic flux transfer events, which can cover more than a third of the planet's surface. These occur when plasma under the solar wind drives into weak magnetic field around Mercury. Unlike that of Earth, Mercury's magnetic field is not strong enough to deflect the solar wind. Instead, the magnetic fields twist together, grow, and a magnetic tornado is born. As gaps in the magnetic field open, solar plasma strikes directly on the planet's surface, throwing up atomic debris which is prevented from flying off entirely by Mercury's gravity. Thus, Mercury's atmosphere is constantly replenished. Our base, Mercury Bastion, gives us a unique opportunity to observe this phenomena, and a small study is already underway.
Target secured.
Hell yeah, you have wiped out the aliens in New Orleans. Good job, Kobold. The Tenacious has been completed. Alright, we're gonna unify this fleet right here. With Romeo 58. Alright, how do I get fleets to merge without moving them? Scuttle, set home port, undock, transfer, merge fleets. Okay. There it is. I think that's a new option. Hell yeah, the Tenacious, and the Trebuchet. These things are big missile monitors. While what's coming next will be our destroyer. Mostly defensive. Alien Fleet Victor 174. 6-4 is here to investigate. Where is 174? Man, there's so fucking many. Earth. Alright, it seems to have merged in. probably to Victor 6. Because this shit has been around for so long. Yes, I kind of built my... I built my, my destroyer. I built it with defense and long-term engagement in mind. So the Warhammer, this isn't the Locust, it's the Warhammer, has a big infrared cannon, which we might be able to refit into a green laser cannon, but there doesn't really seem to be a major benefit to that unless you're fighting in an atmosphere. So I think we'll just leave it for now. But it's got the infrared laser cannon, it's got a pair of autocannons, 40mm type, with a magazine to keep those running long. It's got a heavy water sink, it's got vector thrusters, hydrogen containment. Leave it till you get to Jupiter. Nah, these are going to be pretty important, because I've noticed that other people are starting to catch on to my fire a bunch of torpedoes at them and hope they explode strategy. And they're basically just shooting down with point defense everything I do. So by introducing this into the mix, I not only have something that can last much longer in a fight, I also have the ability to shoot down anything that they send at me, torpedo-wise. All the while, being able to engage for longer periods and defend everything. Heaton is an issue in combat, yes or no? I think yes? It's part of the reason why I have the ionic dust radiators, because it helps me get rid of waste heat while fighting without putting it into significant danger. How do aliens handle heat? I think the same as us. They just have really good shit. I think it's what their, the little fibers on their ships, the like tentacles that's all over them. I think those are their, heat mitigation. So, Romeo 61... you are going to be renamed you are the Martian Defense Fleet, or the Mars Defense Fleet. Whereas this is the Earth. Did I spell defense wrong? I can't fucking spell. Alright, save name. I always think it's a C. I don't know why. Alright, so the Martian Defense Fleet, the Earth Defense Fleet. Oh, that bugs me. Hold on. It doesn't show up any different on this screen, but it does show up different in the... that. And then this will be the Lunar Irregulars, because that's cooler. Hopefully I spelled irregular correctly. But yeah, basically, we're building HAB modules that will provide a net gain of 44 when all are complete. Nice. That should make up. And hopefully soon, because I don't want accidents to start occurring because I'm over cap. Nice.
We're in control here.
Nice. Another point taken out of Turkey. Yes, I'm aware. I'm trying to fix it now. I'm having the EU and the US do as much as they can to build mission control fast. And also, as the,
I'm here.
As the station's complete, all of those op centers are going to come online, and that will add mission control. It'll snowball, and then I can build more. It'll be fine. I swear. Right. We've got one more point to crack down. Let's roll a
Cracking
61.
down.
Where to?
You.
We must persuade the people.
Boom.
At your service.
Purge it.
Removing our enemies.
Bindle.
Boarding in.
Continue boosting our popularity
Making
in Mexico.
our case.
Acknowledged.
And Cobalt.
Don't let them find out.
It would be nice if you could do, okay, we can put Viola Group on you now. Nice. It would be nice if you could do, Secure Nation. You get, like, no extra things from that. Does give us a little bit more ops, which is always nice. It gives you some security, which is good. Security is actually one of your highest stats. Interesting. And it gives you a little bit of command. And it's basically free because it's all, it's all paid for with influence, which we have a good amount. Do we have anything else we can shuffle? Could shuffle over Atlas Investments. Not actually making use of it right now. Sea Dragon. Third Special Forces. I need money. Dang it. I keep forgetting about money. Thankfully, it's actually pretty darn close. Let's sell like 200 noble metals, because I've got a good amount of that stuff. Just kind of lying around. There we go. So now you have a command of 12, an admin of 13, a security of 17, which is real nice. You can do public campaigns, you can coup d'etat. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Kobold, you. Apparently assassinating now. Interesting. We're gonna have you continue assaulting alien life forms.
Gear up.
Fight in America. I do not want this Hydra to cause even more issues in America by spreading a bunch of spores. Yeah, that's right. This adds, not only adds mission control, but it also increases the amount of mission control we can use without issue. It's by 25%, which I think I'll still be over, honestly, but because I think 25% of 80 is 20. So it'd only be up to 100. which I'm still going to be over 100. So, oh well. But hopefully this gets done soon. Repair bay. That's cool. Also, how is America doing? It's not imploded yet. How's the EU doing? It's also doing okay. Most of these arrows are green. That's good. The GDP is going back down, which sucks, because I just got this 6th point.
I believe they'll stay loyal to the cause.
Nice. Repeat and continue. Layered defense array. We're absolutely doing that. And their purpose. Also good to do. Layered defense arrays, I think, actually have a chance of doing something useful. Orbital core for Blucher Station. Hell yeah, our first Warhammer has been deployed. And our second one at the same time. Which means we can do our first test run. Let's see if the Protectorate... You haven't built anything! That's a bit sad. That's a bit sad for them. They're totally undefended. Let's see, which one was the one that they actually want? Let's take a look-see. Cleopatra, no, that's the broken one. Amenatore, that's pretty okay. Huanung Station. There it is. Bro, that's like point. Alright. Also. Interesting. Alright. Let's go ahead and head on over there with our new fleet of ships. And, let's finally destroy the station. Did you not go there? Where are you? You just went to Elio too? Why? Transfer. Huanung Station. Arrive in about an hour. Ba-ba. Cool. Another ship inbound from the aliens.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Nice. We now hold over a quarter of the people of Turkey. Oh, oops. I keep forgetting that that's how that works. Engage. Start battle. We are not gonna be approaching fast. The Warhammer at our center. We're gonna be in an echelon, or a chevron. There we go. We're gonna disable these torpedo bays. They would simply be expensive to use. I think I might have gone a little too slow. Oops. I am now crawling towards the station. Slowly. There we go. I could just auto-resolve this. It would probably just go like, yeah, you win. But it also might use my missiles and shit. Wow, this is going real fucking slow. Hold on. Alright, speed up a little bit, Warhammer. Also, I need to make sure your weapons are set the correct way. Guardian mode. Right, you. I want you to be on attack mode. The autocannons will handle defense, because the most threatening thing we'll have to deal with is, oh, that's concerning. Okay, hold on. You know what? Screw it. Fire some missiles if for no other reason than to provide a little bit of defense to the Warhammer from the lasers that apparently can reach me now. Interesting. Come on. Or maybe that's my lasers. Yeah, that's my laser firing. I'll stop. I don't want you getting in too close and starting to get badly damaged. There we go. Good job. Flip round. Yeah, they can't touch me, and I can just break them. This is boring. Let's auto-resolve. Yeah. Close. Nice! New nano factories! On Olympus Mons. The Forge world begins. Aw man, another stream bot? Peace off. Right. New nanofactories. Select the Earth Defense Fleet. Close. Destroy Hab. Alright. Nice showing, Earth Defense Fleet. Transfer on back to Havelock. You guys can go ahead and just meander on over.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Alright. First successful space combat of the stream. Only took almost 6 hours. Nice, nice.
Their control is vulnerable now.
Nice. We are about to take Turkey. Oh, you're not bad. Mark red. Or green. Nice. Earth Defense Fleet resupplied. Nice. Marine Platoon Barracks. That
The LZ is secure.
Nice. Beat back the aliens in Washington. Marine Assault Unit. I think that's the... Am I committing any atrocities? No, because that one was purely military stuff. That one was purely military stuff, and I think it tells you if you do an atrocity. So...
I'm on your
nice.
side.
The Academy has taken over Bangladesh. Neat. But yeah, I think just by attacking Habs and stuff, you don't have any kind of atrocity penalty from that.
We've removed
That really
some
only
threats.
happens when you do stuff like break civilian stuff. So like residence modules and medical facilities. There we go. We have taken over Turkey. Call it Thanksgiving. Hell yeah. Yes, I know certain modules can cause atrocity. Yeah, but I don't think the servants particularly care about committing atrocities. Notably, they care a lot more about being seen as cool by the aliens. So, if the aliens are doing atrocities, why shouldn't they? Alright, so. The EDF has proven its capability, which is good. The MDF is currently on station. We've got 2 more escorts being worked on slowly by Spartacus Station. But we also have this Locust 5M being built, which will be able to turn to orbital gun firing upon the megafauna and the, well, xenofauna that are currently plaguing most of Africa. Strategic deception. Oh, yes. Yes, please. Ooh, end of August now. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. Auto-resolve is just gonna tell me they both die. Is there a way to set them so that one is right in front of the other? And how do I make it the colony ship that's in the front? Alright. Does this mean I can't change their order around? Never fought a battle against the human factions. I've been extremely chill with them, except they're the one time Servant Says Rush is after me. Caused unrest, mayhem, and purged many of their CPs as I wanted. That war ended so badly for Russia, they were lucky humanity first took the executive because I was close to causing Siberia and the rest of Ukraine to secede. Nice. Alright. Maximum overdrive. Attempt a ramming maneuver. While you fire on the red mist. Because either way, we're not making it out of this. We do not have enough Delta V to make it anywhere, even if we do escape this. Full speed ahead. Alright, we wait until 1,000 kilometers, and then we launch our salvo, and then we enact Last Chance Protocol. Ride, my brave soldiers. Half of them aren't even soldiers. They're just like colonists. Alright, let's wait until we are, like, right on them. Maximum speed. Alright. Alright, there we go. Fire torpedoes. The torpedo bays are still working. Ramming speed. Alright, yeah. Actually, I wonder. Oh, these guys don't have much in the way of PD. Well, they have, no, they do. Alright, well. Go, my brave little colonial gunship. May ye die well. Everything's broken, yeah. This is where it dies. Damn. Nice. Yeah, unfortunately I did not get so lucky here. It was a single escort and a colony ship. Like, that was never gonna go well against two corvettes. Or frigates, even. Well, they seem to have been appeased by that, though. That just dropped our alien hate down to, like... What? Pip 3? Nice. Hell yeah, okay. Cool. So, the sacrifice of a colony ship and an escort is apparently worth me being, like, 50 over their hate cap. Right. All right. Also, how am I doing on mines? Mines are good. Okay, good. That will very shortly not be good once all of the mines on Mercury come up online, so... Yeah, but you'd think that, you know, given that I've got, you know, 6 large warships currently operational, I'm building more ships, I've got a whole bunch of bases, that a single gunship-sized colony ship and an escort wouldn't really kind of match in their heads, but apparently it does. OBS closed. Oops. I'm impressed that this phone is still working, by the way. It has been on 1% for now about 4 hours. And it's still trucking.
Ready for orders.
Alright, you... Because we now control Turkey, you don't need to be on this anymore. We can send you to go build up
I will try to sway the public.
Ready for your orders.
Popularity in Mexico.
Ready to go.
Lauren, you are going to defend
Making things
Turkey.
safe for our people.
I'm here.
Jordanko. Not sure if they're any happier if they lose a battle they started but blow up a few ships in the process. They do get happier in that situation, I think. Like, it is slightly offset, but I think... it just kind of balances like that. First 2 or 3 encounters. Yeah, that's true. But also, some of that is they haven't adapted to whatever strategy you're using yet. So, they're like individual ships basically sent there to scare you. And then you show that, oh hey, your rinky-dinky little pea shooter actually can shoot something down. And that's when they go, okay, now we gotta get serious. And suddenly they start breaking out big guns. Which is a thought. Ah, there it is. Victor 64 is currently performing a somewhat long-form surveillance mission on Earth. It's a destroyer, binary star, which has a 512 centimeter violet laser cannon, laser battery, and light mag battery, and has this, which is also lasers. Huh. Okay. So they've got a lot of lasers and some mag cannons. That unfortunately means that they're well set up to counter my torpedoes. Especially since they're not shaped to charge yet. We also don't have any physical weapons yet. We don't have rail guns, we don't have mag guns. Nothing like that. Yeah, once they start, you know, throwing weight around, I'm probably gonna lose shit. My hope is that I can delay them long enough that when they do try and do that, I'm already prepared. And I already have almost everything I need to hold them back. I'm currently going for a bit more of a quality over quantity approach. Where's the Martian fleet? Why isn't it showing up in my list? The fuck? Oh, because these are around Earth. Yeah, that's right. Oops. Heavy static defenses, because I buffed them. I see. Yeah, in my experience so far, static defenses are kind of crap. At least the ones that I have access to, the point defense arrays. When I get the better ones, I think it will be significant. I'll be able to do a lot more. But for now, at least, I'm kind of stuck with point defense arrays, so I kind of have to have somewhat better ships. Speaking of, I might go ahead... Question becomes, do I build more Warhammers to kind of act as a defensive fleet that helps with stuff like that? Or do I build more trebuchets and try and overwhelm with missiles? I think... Targeting range 800 kilometers. Half damage, but fires more. Yeah, that makes sense. Humans they'll do pretty okay with. Aliens, not a chance. Makes sense. I think that might be what I research next, is railguns. Because their purpose is gonna take fucking forever to get through. But I can get rail cannon pretty quick. And then layered defense array and stuff like that. And with that, I can start making slightly different attack stuff. Start having... like, proper attack destroyers and stuff. Like, I think right now, my best bet is a destroyer navy. Maybe get the bigger ships so that I can have, like, something with the fleet bridge, because I'm also working on that. Through, space navies. So once that's done, I can get fleet bridge and stuff like that, and have, like, a big battleship, like, centerpiece, like... maybe like as a laser defender. But I mostly want to focus around destroyers for now, because they're big enough to actually pack a punch while still not costing too much to manufacture, so I can have a good number of them. So I think on the question of what I make right now, I think I make another Warhammer. Let's make a trio of Warhammers. 3 Warhammers, and then we can use trebuchets as our backup missile boats, defended by our destroyers. Yeah, let's make 4. So it's 4 to 2. 4 Warhammers, 2 trebuchets. And then we'll do 3 for Mars. Yeah. I'm aware. That's why I want to do railguns next. Because the projectiles can handle some point defense, so they can get through point defense, which they'll be building for because I've been running missiles. The lasers can deal with anything they send at me and keep us in the fight for longer. And then the missiles can deal with whatever the point defense can't get. Stuff that doesn't have enough point defense or is like alone, isolated, we can use our missiles, overwhelm them. Maybe even like flank with our what is the class of ship called? Monitors. Or trebuchets. Sherdenko. You go ahead. Wow, the US is peaceful right now. That's nice. Considering we're almost done with that, and this is going to take absolutely forever. That's going to be its own thing. I'm going to go back to absolute welfare maxing right now. Go for total welfare maxing. We'll keep the EU doing it because they're actually handling it pretty well. And they're closer to being done. Both because overkill and because I had no more weapons. Yeah, that sucks. And that's part of why I want the lasers, because the lasers can last really well in a fight. Missiles don't. So you... What do we know about everybody else's tech projects? What are they up to? Protectorate, National Lab, Social Science Lab, Academy, Exodus. Ooh, we can... Yes. Ooh, okay. Aw, dang it, we can't actually do either of those. Frack. They're locked down, I guess. So we can't stop the servants learning the alien language. Or getting advanced rail cannons. Which sucks. But we can... do something entirely unrelated because all of this stuff kind of seems unhelpful. Yes, nuclear missiles are freaking amazing. And it's why I want to go down Missile Warfare Doctrine soon.
Ready.
Advanced Missile Warfare Doctrine gets you access to that, and that will be amazing.
Heading to the LZ.
Ready for orders. Restoring order.
Can anybody level up right now? Yes, you can. That would actually be really nice. Plus 25 to social science research. Yeah, an extra 10% to social science would be very nice. I guess we'll wait then. Also, we are gaining money now because all of our nano factories are coming online. Alright, rapid landing. Mekelle. Where's Mekelle? Oh. In Ethiopia.
Securing our control.
Yeah, basically shaped nuclear missiles are fucking amazing. They're kind of horrifying in concept,
I think we've had a
but
breakthrough.
absolutely amazing in practice. Oh, hell yeah.
Mission in progress.
We're about halfway there to getting Kobold to be considered loyal. That's kind of crap. Ooh, hold on. How? Okay. By doing that, we can maintain the lead. It slows down Europa Senate for a bit, but hopefully we just need to outlast the spending spree the Protectorate wants to go on. Ooh, that's a lot of aliens. Ah!
We've moved the needle.
Main strategy at the moment is not to have fights to begin with until about 2040. Fair enough. Avoiding fights is generally a pretty good idea. Nice, we're up to 34% in Mexico.
Violence is abating.
Nice. Increased stability in the EU. Operational security complete. Hell yeah. Fleet combatants, rail cannon. Yeah. Rail cannon. And then layered defense array. Okay. Put it back on that one. This one is much closer to being done, so this one it's more valuable to have
Target
the more time
secured.
to be focused on it. Nice.
Score 1 for the good guys.
Nice. Good job, Kobold. Wiped out the aliens in Washington. Still aren't fully able to take out alien agents. Yeah, sometimes the AI is just kind of like that. But now, we have free space. So I'm gonna do something up on Luna. Because I think Luna still has orbits available. Yeah, there's like only a couple orbitals around here. High lunar orbit, that's where we blew up the one Protectorate place. Oh yeah, that's right. That was technically the second victory then. Newer versions, they're much less lackluster in that regard. Yeah, the AI definitely has improved. The Menace of Washington. Alright. Low lunar orbit. Found an orbital. Hey look, it's Shaka Station again. This is going to be a full-blown shipyard. It is the only thing it is focused on, is being a shipyard. How do these compare? 62. Okay, fission reactor array. Needs at least one more. Skunkworks, I guess. And then we got 40 left for a farm. Okay, that works. So yeah, it'll keep itself maintained. It's got all the power it needs to maintain the 3 shipyards. Full shipyard ahead. So that we can start pumping out even more stuff. Now for you, and for the rest of these, we're going to start building even more of these ops centers. Around the moon, so that we can start pumping this number up way higher. So Skunk Works. Farm. Reactor arrays. And then we focus in on point defense. Maybe a medical center as well. That'd be kind of cool. This one's a lot less focused. Fission reactor array. Yeah, and medical centers. We'll use the medical centers as cover for our op centers. Now, they can't destroy our op centers without committing an atrocity. That's called using a human shield. Nice. Okay. Blackhawk Station. Skunk Works. Op Center. Let's make another shipyard. This one won't be as well defended, unfortunately. But it will be more dedicated as a shipyard. The IDF is bombing your location. I seem to remember reading recently that this tactic was much more of a deterrent in 0.49 and before and deters them less now. Yeah, I mean, the Protectorate just showed up and blew up a station that their whole purpose was just being a hospital. So yeah. A challenge you would love to see, Israel only. That would suck. Israel is so small. You get, like, I think Israel only gets Palestine as a core. Like, that's it. Also, Blackhawk Station. That's cool. Alright. So we've got two new shipyards up and running. We've got a few more ops centers coming online. That should bump us up to 200. The magic number I wanted to reach. Israeli space lasers. Hell yeah. So that should bring us up to the 200 mission control I want to have before I consider going to proper war. Does Venus have a shipyard? Not really. Point defense arrays, orbital core. Yeah. This is more, it's not dedicated one, but I do think I kind of want to wait for this to get done to start doing that stuff, because it could, build more. Rationale is you place civilians in harm's way and they couldn't or wouldn't protect them, so people blame you for their loss. Enemy still denounced as war criminals. Yeah. Initiative is a real game where you snipe all the financial sectors. Oh no! Oh boy. Alright. So Mercury is gonna come online. This will come in Venus will come online in October. With Shipyard, Skunkworks. The Nanofactory coming online in December. Not beating the allegations. Damn. But yeah. This will come online in October and December, and then we can properly start expanding the Venusian subsystem. As for Mercury, it gets done in September, so this month, with the Nanofactory getting done also in December. Cool. Which we're gonna need because we cannot yet do anything with building stuff here, because it's all gonna take quite a while. Actually, no, they get done in November. Okay, cool. Neat. But yeah, Mercury Bastion, once it's up and running, will help build I want to have a proper shipyard in each of the planetary systems, because then they can each maintain their own little fleet, and then Earth, as like the center, can push out more and then redistribute them out, kind of acting as like a nervous hub for all the others.
Ready for my mission.
That is the tactical plan. And it should all start falling together in December. So we've locked down Turkey. The EU is still under our control, but I do want to lock that down
Protecting
again.
our interest.
Your
Because
orders?
I don't want anybody stealing a point from that, because that would be annoying as hell. I'm fine with the US being like this, because basically the only thing that could take anything here would be Alpha 19, and they've been just kind of squatting in Florida, apparently. You got any publicly
our
campaign
case.
in the EU? Because we're kind of losing a bit of popularity there.
Standing by. Ready to go.
Dictator? Organize a coalition, neighboring nations. That would be kind of interesting, considering Israel at the start of the game is allied with the US. That would be fun. That reminds me. I've had like an idea for like a challenge run. I probably shouldn't say this. This might reveal one of my alt accounts. Oops. Is it worth it? Nah, it's not worth it. I just had a challenge idea for this game that involved building a bunch of military out of like third world nations and trying to like conquer the world like that. He has become Floridian. Oh no. Yes is an answer to what? Sherdenko. Dictator, what are you up to? You are... Yeah, that's right. Inspiring.
I'll make sure they're on our side.
Reporting in.
Sherdenko, on the other hand, you... Especially with the assorted armies from one region nations with terrible miltech. Yeah. Yeah, that wouldn't be fun. On the other hand, it might be very fun. Right. I think... Ooh, 5%. Look at that strife. Ooh. That's a funny number. That's a very funny number indeed. Unfortunately, if it flips, it just kind of goes back to the servants again. But the servants are not doing a good job controlling this, it seems. Wait, doesn't China start roughly educationally equivalent to, like, America? Like, at the start of the game, I thought China kind of starts equivalent to the US in terms of education. Has the servants been that detrimental to the well-being of the Chinese that they have managed to drop them down to becoming a developing country? What the fuck? I mean, I guess all the initiative and servants are focusing on is military tech. So it kind of makes sense. And they're really close to having a 6th army. You know, there is another way to increase cohesion. If your cohesion is already above 2, and you go to war, you get a benefit. Currently, propaganda is shit for education. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Aliens just gambling away in Miami. They've retired to St. Augustine. The alien is just there, just like, the seaside. Did this in a test run, spending years having Arab nation neighbors build armies and nuclear weapons from scratch and just nuking Israel to kill its army. I mean, fair enough. Yeah. Alright. So, if we were to attempt an invasion of the Pan-Asian Combine, completely destroy the base of power for the servants, especially if I don't want to use nukes, because I don't, because in order to have a significant effect, considering they have 4 to make it roughly net benefit to me, I basically need to drop also 4, which means a total of 8? Did eventually win? Momentarily amusing, but not what I really wanted to do. Fair enough. The question is, do I attempt to invade militarily this, or do I try going after one of the other options America could go after? China, North Korea, Cuba, Venezuela, Yemen, Syria. So Venezuela is under Exodus. I kind of want to keep my alliance with Exodus. North Korea is at war with China right now. Huh. Interesting. Also, China's doing badly. I guess because defensive bonuses. Doesn't really matter how you're almost a robotic age military if the North Koreans are pulling a Vietnam. One Gov China. 0 Gov China. Yeah, North Korea, I've not been touching it. Humanity First has been touching it, and it's had interesting results. Alright. So, theoretically, we could declare on North Korea. Unfortunately, they're controlled by Humanity First, and I also have a peace agreement with them, and I want to keep it that way. China is the white whale. Venezuela and Cuba are both under Exodus. So the question becomes, what about Syria? Which one's Syria? Syria is under the control of Humanity First. what about Yemen? Also humanity first. Unify Korea, use it as a launching off point for invading China. Again, possible. The problem is, right now, my voice is going. China is under control of servants, which I'm okay with fighting, and initiative. But North Korea is currently controlled by humanity first, at least in the executive position. If if the Academy could take the executive position, just crack them down, then evade. I think they've changed it that crackdowns now are counted as hostile actions and breaches of NAP, which wouldn't be great. I guess I could... I guess what I could do is crack down, break the NAP, let the Academy take it, butter Hans back up, get our NAP back later. And then once somebody else is in control, declare war and invade. That is an option. It gets me my war. It gets me a foothold here where I can... Yeah, no, 25 billion is somehow enough to make you 2 CP. No idea how. See, this would be the most atrocious. Okay, apparently 17 is also not enough to be 1 CP. The most atrocious game I think you could play, that would be absolutely horrible. I have no idea how you do it. But Micronesia, Polynesia, and Melanesia, and that's it. Like, trying to win the game with only the tiny island nations, like Comoros. Sri Lanka's a little big. That's Tanzania. Where's one of the other ones? I know there's another one. Yeah, like, Cuba, Dominican Republic, like, just the islands, be the pirate king, you know, and save Earth. Only things that aren't a part of the main geographic land masses of Earth. Oh, and Cabo Verde. That too. Alright, how is our mission control looking? Okay. Especially once that 52 happens. That'll be very nice. We are really low on influence. Probably because we're spending a lot being over cap. Greenland only. I released Greenland because it was like, oh, that could be cool. And then I, like, actually looked at it and I'm like, wow, this would be actually horrible to try and play. Or even, like, keep. So I ended up releasing it, and now that Exodus has it. Congo, Angola, Botswana, Southern African Federation, huh? Interesting. I think that means South Africa and, like, not Zimbabwe, obviously. They have a lot of room and 60k people keep in college until they reach retirement age. Yeah. The problem is just, like, getting anything useful out of it. Well, you're also, you know, doing... You're, like, changing stats and stuff, like... Base game? This shit is useless. Alright.
Where to?
Chertenko?
Ready.
Alright. The problem is I also have to get intel sharing back too. Oh, it's gonna suck. I mean, I guess the other option, honestly, I think might actually be the better option, is go on a South America expedition. Because Exodus, I do want to keep... I want to keep a relationship with. But they are the lesser of the two. Like, I would like to get back in their good graces. I'd like to keep them okay, but... Could do that. Expand a little bit into here. But that's not really useful, because I don't have United North American States yet. Because we're still working on Europe Ascendant. And AI. Ooh, we can have that done by December. If we give up our lead on applied artificial intelligence. December of 31. Okay. Alright, yeah, no, we leave this be. Yeah, okay. There we go. Holy cow. Nobody wants to invest in aerospace. Sounds like you need to focus on destabilizing Russia then. And who's in Russia? Initiative, right? Yes, that is true. I hadn't thought about it. But the European Union can declare war too. The problem is Russia has 30 nuclear strikes. And I don't think I can live that. I could start trying to subvert them out of Russia. Take one more of the big players off the board. But the big player I want to take off the board really is... this. Oh. They're not defended in India right now. Snipe the executive, delete the nukes, abandon Russia. Can you just delete all your nukes? Is that a thing? Hold on, I'm gonna... Before I investigate this, I'm gonna save in case I accidentally do it. And we'll do it over here. Just so. Policies. Disarm warheads. Disarm up to 5 nuclear warheads. Okay. So that would take a bit. That would take a significant amount of time to do, because I think there's cooldowns on stuff like that. Yeah, I need to hold it for a while, and I already am over cap. Okay.
I'm here.
My plan
Standing by.
for now,
I'm here.
I think,
Where to?
is going to be...
Where to?
I'm here.
Who can...
Ready for orders.
Reporting in.
Who was
Where
the
do you
other
need
person
me?
who could do
Where to?
Defend Nation?
Ready.
Ready.
Apparently nobody can. Okay, that
Your
sucks.
orders?
Ready for my mission.
But
Standing by for
I
orders.
want Lauren. Because what I can do right now is even if I can't take it, I can start whittling away at their roots by doing crackdowns and ruining their popular support in like India. That's way more doable than China. China is so big. It has such a big economy. It's got so many people. It's just not going to work. But this
Turning up the heat.
might.
Where do you need me?
Ready for my mission. We must persuade the
okay.
people.
I think this is my
Ready for
subversion
your
plan.
orders.
It is less aggressive. India's the main holding. Allows us to speed run nations' education inequality and GDP in record time via climate degradation events. I see. Only way I know of to quickly make a nation dumb. That's hilarious.
Ready to go.
What's the
Alright.
up?
How about you increase unrest if you can? Which you can't because we have like no support. Jeez. My voice is dying, man.
Breaching lab
fuck with
security.
the servants.
Where to?
Mendel can also make a pass at increasing our
I will try to
popularity
sway
there.
the public.
I'm here.
Kobold, you're off to go shoot more things.
We're going in.
Boop. Off you go. Do we have no orgs? Out of curiosity. Yeah, we're waiting for 40 for you. Palops Intelligence. Regulus Cartel. From Birmingham. Jaeger Corps from Denmark. Quds Force. 5th U.S. Special Forces. There's like nothing ever good. I'm in a weird spot right here. Where simultaneously, I've got a lot I need to do, but there's like nothing I can do right now. Jeez, my voice is dying. More water. That'll help. Next run will be Protector, because his story and change of mentality. I don't like the Protectorate. I just don't. Oh, hey, look at that! Norway is entirely composed of groups I already am at war with. I might be able to take that. Alright, cool. That might be a later thing to do, because that's pretty small and I can merge that fairly easily into the EU. Which I might just do with Denmark at some point, because it's not really doing much. It's just kind of sitting here. Just existing. Cough drops with menthol. No, I can't say I have. Might have to. That might help. If I can find any. Doubt there are any here. Alright, confirm assignments, go.
I believe they'll stay loyal to the cause.
Inspire mission success. What are you doing? Stabilizing India, okay. Oh, and they reinforced everything, and now it's zeros.
We have hacked the research data.
Cool, cool, cool. You are gonna be set back on your nuclear freighters, because those are really helpful, so you don't get them. Hey, look at that. The sum of our counselor science attributes is greater than 35. So we get the 15% chance of a Lucky Strike being better. Nice! Mining at Collingwood Base increases by 25%. Hell yeah, lots more volatiles, lots more water. Sweet. What's kind of weird is I don't have much in the way of new drive techs to do right now. Athos ergonomics is cool. Solid core heavy fission reactor array. That would probably be good to get at some point. But yeah, like I'm kind of at a weird mid state where my current reactors, these gas core fission reactor 3s, are pretty good, but I've don't have any major upgrades to go for drives, which I guess burner drive is pretty darn good. It might just be luck upgrades at this point that I'm missing, which would make sense.
The
Might
people
be
will
going
come
back
to
through
our
the
side.
through that one tech where you can unlock stuff that you missed. Public campaign mission success. Cool. We've raised our popularity in India a little
We're
bit.
winning their hearts and minds.
Nice. Raised it by 6. We're now at 12% popularity in India. Uh-oh. Low Mercury orbit. Why the fuck are you here?
They slipped away from us.
North Korea under the control of Humanity First as a what? Did Humanity First just sign a peace deal with the servants? Fascinating. I had no idea they would ever allow themselves to do that. Alright, back out to Mercury. I'm hoping what it is that this fleet, which I think is the one that blew up the colonization force, is just here because this is where its end state was, and it will... yeah, it's leaving again. Okay,
By
good.
the numbers.
Also, our hatred's going back up, so that's fun. Long times where drive and ship reactor tech just remain static because there are few worthwhile drives. Yeah, makes sense. Once you get to a certain point, you know, the new drive techs you can get are all, like, adjacent to what you already have. And the ones that you can get later are locked behind certain techs. So that kind of makes sense. Oh shit. Hello, Alpha 22. Performing an act of terrorism, we see. Close to the next generation of lots of new drives, though. Cool, cool. Why would you tell me the initiative has gotten to their own thing? Like, what? Why do I need to know that? Oh, hell yeah, you're getting the H. Orion drives. I love those things. They're so silly, but they're so cool. Hey! Romeo 70. Okay, hold on. How do I do this? Okay. Currently, I am at Havelock Station. Havelock is 500 kilometers. So do I just need to be in an orbit? I think that makes sense. So let's go with the Tiangong orbit. That takes a lot. Alright. Tiangong, ISS. I guess because it's already at 1, maybe? How do I undock? Undock from station. Select Romeo. 200 kilometers of altitude. Low level stuff. We have... Let's try our first low-level bombardment of an alien megafauna with Romeo 70, which is just the V. I wish they damaged and blew up ships that are behind them. That would be cool. Irresponsibly, capriciously using world-ending technology is my favorite activity. Alright, go! Death from above! Sweet. Alright, sweet. Okay, hold on. Who are you and what are you up to? Haze-class frigate, Storm-class escort. Okay, this will be our first proper battle then. So the escort has 2 64-centimeter violet laser batteries. Okay. So not too much of an issue as long as we don't get close. Why are you resuming? And then the frigate has a 256-centimeter violet laser cannon, an alien plasma battery, and an alien point defense laser turret. Okay. Alright. The Mars Defense Fleet. It's 3 on 2. I think we can do it. Expend as much as you need. Just go. Stop that bombardment. Infiltrated agent exposed! Oh no! Dang it. This infiltration line of quests is very weird. Alright. Did they accept? Okay. I think we scared them off a little bit. So let's lower our speed, see what they do next. For now, we're just going to shadow them. Yeah, but in order to get it to be in the low Earth orbit area to do stuff. Apparently I needed to undock from the station. China and Turkey are now rivals. Interesting. Alright. I think we successfully prevented any damage from occurring to the ground stations on Mars, thankfully. Because we're still like 100 days out from any of our new ships being done. Alright.
At your service.
It was... I think Vindel was the one who was exposed. Yeah. So Vindel is gonna go to ground.
Going off the grid.
And the EU.
Standing by.
At your service.
Lauren DeBest.
Standing by.
Is going to...
Where do you need me?
No crackdown is possible here. Not yet. I see. Well, that sucks. But what about policies? Federation, Austria, Croatia, Canada, Canada? Oh, Federation. Greenland, Iceland, Finland, Austria. Okay. Austria, who's currently controlled by a conglomerate of Academy and Exodus. Finland, who are controlled by a mixture of servants and Exodus. And Canada, who is all Exodus. You know what? I think... Hold on. No, it's as big. It would still take forever to get there. Shit. Okay, I think I need to focus in on Europe Ascendant first. Yeah, they want maple syrup, apparently. But I want maple syrup, man! I need it to hold the aliens at bay with an absolutely gigantic, sticky sugar trap. Like you'd put out for a rat.
Your orders?
Where do you need me?
Kobold. You continue assaulting aliens. Do it in India
Going
so
in
that we can
hot.
stop them from building
Ready
up too
for
much
orders.
stuff there. Lauren?
Applying pressure on their
Crack down that.
people.
Acknowledged.
You continue working on Kobold.
I'll ensure their loyalty.
Your orders?
Denko. Increase unrest. That's always fun.
We will bring it down.
20%. I've allowed other factions to hold Canada so long that they allow me to make my kimono weeb dictatorship. Excuse me. In SEA in peace. Nice.
Ready to go.
Alright, so that's all set up. We did say new orcs. Environmental preservation. +3 life science, +2 science. Okay, that's not bad. Pacific Laboratories. +15 to materials science research, huh? Okay, hold on. Dictator, that might be something for you. The problem is figuring out what to replace it with. I guess Saber is its own weird thing. And, Uxalt, however you pronounce that, I still have no idea, is kind of its own thing too. So yeah, we'll unassign those two and put Pacific Labs in there. And then Kobold has access to Saber. Anyone else want Uxalt? Who else has, like, okay science? 10. Okay. We'll get you up to 9, Vindel. And you can also take Saber, which can help your command a little bit. Vindel is in a weird spot here. Maple syrup is a deprivation I'm willing to endure for world peace and kawaii kimono boys. Understandable. Understandable. Yeah, I'm still out of, like, most things right now, which kind of sucks. Also, we're waiting on that 52... Holy crap, all those purple lines. Oh no! This fleet is gonna have to be built soon. Or else we're gonna start running into issues. Okay, so that is not really gonna get done any faster. You can push that up to October. We can push this forward to July. Or bring this up to January. We can do one of these. I say we do rail cannons by October. Different street colors represent certain factions. Yeah. Okay. No, literally no one has invested in aerospace. Look at this. This is horrid. Oh, we're on 3-speed. There we go. Hey! Our settlement mining complex on Deimos is completed. Nice.
Don't think I changed their mind.
Dang it.
Going
Try again.
silent.
Vindel has gone to ground. Nice. The second of the lunar irregulars is complete. Whoa. Mercury Bastion is now mostly complete. The Nano Factory is the last thing that needs to be completed, and that'll be done in December. But this means we have 2 more slots for ship construction. Yep, Mercury Bastion. Which, because they're the defensive ones, will have them build a pair of Warhammers. Everybody gets a Warhammer. It's a good mech, so makes sense to give it to everybody. Enemies suffer -2 on steel and sabotage project missions.
We're winning their hearts
Hasn't really
and
affected
minds.
me much. Public campaign mission success in India. Nice. Repeat. And continue.
Crackdown complete.
Nice. Crack down the servants in Vietnam. That is such a shitty asteroid. The Academy failed to crack down the servants in Norway. Hell yeah. Increase unrest in unrest in India. See if you can research alien artifact on Deimos or Mars. Something about tapping into another dimension for power or whatever. Huh. Is that like an event, or is that like a reference? Porque no los dos. I like Uxalt because it's made a few orcs that give coup and unrest, maybe the only. Yeah, anybody can use it, it's pretty good. Alright, continue.
Score 1 for the good guys.
How's Romeo doing? So, alien asset success. Cool. Repeat and continue. Stats are inspiring though. I should replace it soon now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Oh, crap. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Xenoform Alpha 1? The first? I do kind of like how, the different missions actually, by the aliens, actually have different results. Like, the alien terrorist attack gives a point over to the Protectorate, whereas, the enthralling gives it over to the servants. It's kind of interesting. Okay. Select low-level bombardment. Go ahead. Ooh, a whole bunch of power reactors just got done on Ceres. Nice. Point defense arrays at Shaka Station are complete. Point defense arrays at Javier Mina Station. Protectorate is being real sneaky right now. They're just doing a bunch of bullshit.
Ready for orders. I'll speak with them.
Ready.
Double team on that inspiration.
Ready to go.
Giggity. Let's increase unrest a bit further.
It's time to
nice,
bring
you can
it
roll
all
50-50 now.
Your orders?
Standing by.
Lauren. Ooh, we got 1% now.
Cracking
Go
down.
ahead and roll a 2. Maybe I'll get really lucky. And researching anti-terror enthrall projects is definitely the next major priority after independent commands and fusion tech. Okay. Makes sense. We are now in spooky month. Lambda Information Group. That gives us money? Interesting. Would allow us to put Interpol on someone else, I guess. But I don't really want to, so... 27? Okay. We're getting there, we're getting there. You can level up. Okay, so providing exactly enough Opinion leader, council, loyalty monitor, no. Survivor, streetwise counselor. Opinion leader, eminent, connected. Nah, we'll just increase your admin more. Vendel can actually upgrade. Nice. Vendel's our weird secondary science person who's not even that amazing at science. It's a little weird, the setup I've got going on here. Kieran pulls that crap on me because I NAP'd with them. You control over Revolt when it has 14 rest cohesion and 0 unrest, 2 to 3 counselors at a time. This or lose an NAP I may not be able to redo. Yeah. That's the fun. That's the fun. Oh yeah, I needed to do something over here.
I think we've had a breakthrough.
I believe they'll stay loyal to the cause.
Project Exodus might just crack it down for me. That'd be cool.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Nice. We can continue that.
The government remains stable.
Aw, man, rolled a 69. Nice. Out of 62. Dang it. But we are slowly growing.
Targets lost.
Got closer than I would have thought.
Target secured.
So, alien asset. Nice. Continue that. Nice. 2 new nanofactories done. And we've completed rail cannon. Hell yeah. I think this might be what we want to do next. Well, there's a lot of cool stuff we want to do right now. This might be good to do real quick, though. Yeah, let's do this real quick. We'll get, Fleet combatants would also be really good, though. Oh, not what I'm thinking of. Layer defense array. Yep. Actually, ship designer, utility modules. Okay, yeah, I don't have it yet. I mean, it kind of makes sense. A coup d'etat is kind of supposed to focus on the executive, so it only doing everything else and not the executive is kind of weird. Okay. Continue. Oh, crap. Oh boy, we have 2 aliens encroaching on our turf. Okay. I think this might be the time we start breaking out Cherdenko's rifle. And we start blasting. Because this is getting a little ridiculous. Sandia National Laboratories, plus 10% research. Trial services. Sandia is kind of cool, but I don't think we make enough money to cover that, and it's not all that great either. These are weird. Turning Hanoi into a nuclear wasteland is, not preferable, I think, in most situations. Okay. You should go to ground. You've been exposed to the aliens, apparently.
Going into hiding.
At your service.
At your service.
Can you just... Okay, you can just blast this guy, apparently. Alright.
I have them in my sights.
Well, 70-30
Where
that
do you
one.
need me?
What's the
Vindel will go on defense.
On guard.
For Cherdenko.
Standing by for orders.
Making sure they don't die. And Kobold, you're almost at the acceptable level of loyalty.
I'll speak with them.
I think that would be really cool if you could turn alien agents. Pull an XCOM, you know? That would be cool. I also think it'd be really cool. I know it's hilarious to be like, oh, this would make for cool DLC when 1.0 is coming out in like a week. Like it hasn't even fully released yet. But I would love to see an alternative faction that's kind of like a sort of partner to the Initiative, where like the aliens are kind of the secondary thing, but instead of being like, well, we could take over the world, but they're like specifically, we could improve humanity. Like basically a sort of extreme version of like almost the Servants, where they want to so embrace the aliens they like usurp them. I think that would be really cool. Like you can like turn your agents into basically Hydra or something like that. Like turn them into salamanders and stuff. I think that would be cool. Alright. Firm assignment. Go.
Silent.
I believe they'll stay loyal to the cause.
I'll keep them safe.
You have been protected. Defend interest complete. What? Ah, the Venus station is coming online.
Cleaning things up.
Target
Hell yeah.
neutralized.
We have taken down Xenoform Alpha 17.
The people will come to our
The
side.
aliens are unhappy and are gonna come to fight us about it. Increased popular support for the resistance in India. Nice, we're up to 21. Hell yeah. We're actually almost above the Servants. Ooh, that's not great. 14th December 2030. Where are they coming from? Oh, one of the inner asteroid belt places. Okay. Yeah, that's one of the things with the secure the interior thing, is I'm gonna have to go around and deal with this. The fact that there's a bunch of alien outposts just in the inner solar system kind of sucks. Locusts, block 3. We could pump out a 5M, I guess. Might as well try. Because Agrippa's gonna need all the help it can get. And you're gonna get to work building your Warhammer. It will try to eat them? Okay, I like that a lot. That's funny. Folly of Pavonus. What on Earth? Or not on Earth, actually. Okay. Repeat and continue. Might as well. Final suspects. With only few possible suspects remaining, the end of our search draws near. The majority of the people who could have accessed the leaked information have now been thoroughly vetted, leaving only a few possibilities. These few will have their former lives checked in great detail to ascertain their identities are genuine, they have no dark secrets in their past. It is now known we're closing the noose, and this is likely to be our last chance. Either we find the leak now, or they will surely be free. Or they will surely flee. We've identified our leak as Keelan Sosa, or rather, the woman who had assumed her identity, as trace DNA recovered from her workstation does not match the DNA from the real Keelan's annual medical checkup. What happened to Keelan and how the false Keelan was able to replace her is currently unknown, as the imposter has escaped after disabling all 6 security agents sent to bring her in for questioning. Additional security measures, including random blood tests, have been implemented to avoid this method succeeding again in the future. Although we are left with more questions than answers, it seems our leak problem has been solved for now.
The LZ is secure.
Oh boy. Oh hell yeah, crit success. Keep it going. Layered defense array, nice. And now, I want to work on alien technology. Because alien technology, I think, is the thing that's blocking me from using exotics and stuff. So I think I want that. Completing in April. I mean, events usually have faction-specific endings and text and stuff. Low lunar orbit. Okay. Arrive March of 2031. Hab module. Orbital core for Shaka station and low lunar orbit. Nice. All the orbital cores around the moon are finishing. Djibouti, under the control of the servants, and the US have ended their alliance. Darn. Policies, relations, manage alliance, ally with the US and the EU so that no wars can be declared on it without significant backlash. I desperately need more used mission control to play with before the aliens smack me down. Yeah. MC is fun to work around. Also, I'm going to lose a bunch of it because I have a bunch of mines activating that are going to rapidly go above this 18 cap.
Standing by.
What's the up?
Lauren, I need you to
Investigating
Dot.
target.
Where do you need me?
Dictator. You finish off inspiring Kobold.
I'll ensure their loyalty.
Jordenko.
Reporting in. Tracking
Go ahead and
target.
shoot this one servant guy.
Standing by for orders.
Please keep me safe.
Where to?
Your orders?
Steel project. What would we be stealing from them? Improved rail cannon. Ooh. Okay, yeah, I'm good down with that. Maybe steal from the guy who's not about to be shot.
We'll catch up on years of research.
I don't know what order those would occur in.
I think we've had a breakthrough.
There we go.
I will report
Nice.
when my mission is complete.
Kobold is nearly at max. Nearly at max loyalty.
We've got some intel on our target. Wrapping up here.
So that was not indeed. Ooh, I don't like that. That is a big fleet. That's a death stack. And it's coming for me. I almost guarantee it. Humans arrive on Mercury. Standing safely inside the shadow line of a great polar crater, our colonists are building humanity's first home on this scorched world. Bolstered kamikaze tactics, like a tech that causes ships to violently explode when destroyed or can be destroyed Star Trek style on command. That would certainly be very fitting for, like, Humanity First or the Servants to have.
Conflict in space doesn't have an exact analog in terrestrial warfare, although our instructors keep trying to explain it like it does. Armored warfare where the tanks are all sliding around on ice, a submarine engagement with nowhere to hide, air combat where there's no gravity to overcome or air to bank against. Trying to come up with a universal metaphor will lead to wrong assumptions and broken ships. Teach the physics and the decision sets they imply. Our crews can handle it. Commander Fiona Ayawade to training officers.
Alright. Space warfare is done. Energy Research Center. Life site. Okay, directed space research. Cool. Let's go with that. Alright, now this can get done by January. Because nobody wants to invest in it. I could get this done by October.
Target down.
Hell yeah. Alright, Earth Defense Fleet, I want you to go to the moon, low lunar orbit, get there as fast as you can. I do not want to nice! Improved rail cannon project. Oh yeah, that's right, I got the thing done. Alright, no. That might be a okay, quickly, I'm gonna design a new ship. Because we should have... Yep, there it is. The rail cannons. So, I think... another destroyer. To be like a siege weapon, basically. And then for hull weapons... I think we go for the defensive route again. Lots of bullets. For utility modules, this. Magazines out the wazoo. Our basic radiator. Our power plant. Our drive. Boom. Utility modules. Give thrust vectoring. Alright. And then we armor up. I'm expecting this to be expensive and heavy. We can keep it above 30 kps while still keeping it in line. We're going to use the other design for Destroyer. Nice, nice. We'll go with a batch of 3 of the burner drives. Now, what do we call this thing? It might be ill-omened, but I think it kind of fits. That this thing is sort of made out of a little bit of a desperate hope. Question, though. How cheaply can we make an escort that can travel pretty far that can be produced in like no time flat? Can really only make gunships like that. Okay. Well, maybe this is what we do. We make a style of gunship that can also just sort of be here. Alright, yeah, I like this. Magazine, hydrogen, so that it can get extra range. You, dust radiator. Yeah, look at that. 400 millig's. 30 KPS already. 3 tanks takes it up to 42 and we can armor this thing. We can full armor its front. It has a fully blanketed front armor. Hell yeah. Alright. 30 KPS. Exactly enough to get places. Has very heavy front armor, which it is what it needs because it's going to be driving straight at the enemy and firing its railgun. What do we call you? If its big brother is the Charger... What's the little fucker? Hold on. Battletech Wiki. Mechs Light. Disposable militia defense ship have a burner. They need so little propellant tips. Yeah, exactly. Commando! That's right, the Commando! That fucker. These are gonna be my Commando class gunships. Cheap as hell. Destined for death, but they're gonna run in screaming and punch something.
Mission is a no-go.
Aw, dang it. My steel failed. Alright, well, we've got 2 Locust M's and that one's finishing, so... We'll have Havelock make Charger, but we'll also have it make a pair of Commandos once these Warhammers are done. No operation.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Nice. Repeat and continue that. Come on, bastards. Make your move. Okay. Clearly, this is not working. I don't know if it's because it's too weak or if it's just got a really shitty chance. But I guess we keep it going. Alright, they're in low lunar orbit now. Space Navy Academies. Chance that an officer will spawn or promote from any triggering event increases by 100%. Nice. Allows recommending your counselors with the following cybernetic implants. Combat astronaut. Cool. Okay, they've left. Okay. The Earth Defense Fleet. What would we be bombarding here? Nah, we're not gonna bombard anything here. Earth, head on back to Havelock. Arrive in like 5 days. I don't want you taking a full week, but Israel has redeclared war on Palestine. The servants have undone the hard-won Palestine-Israel peace. You risk collateral damage now, bombarding them, especially with magnetics. Yeah, that makes sense.
Target destroyed.
Sweet! Hyderabad has been cleared of Xenoflora. Good job, Kobold!
Prepping for next mission.
Cleaning things up.
Nice. Resupplied. Good. Was it funny, but also... It was funny, but also ludicrous to watch a streamer just turbo blast Xenoflora from orbit with a few ships, with the only price being how repetitive it was. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. That they would have, nerfed it a little bit from that. Asgard products. Otho Information Group. You added 2? Cool. Lauren can augment. Could get famous, that's kind of cool. Affluent. Admin. Admin is always good to get. Is it every 5? It is. Okay, yeah, we'll hand this to you. And then you get 5 science, so we get an extra % chance. In a few months, the Xenomap went from red, orange to clear. Dang. Wasn't a real problem at this stage. Yeah, I have not been as proactive about Xenoflora, I think. So it's a little bit more of an issue. Okay, hold on. I want to check something. Ship designer, hull weapon, nose weapons. Right. 240 centimeter green laser, 300 tons, 300 tons. 10 nanometers, 540 nanometers. Okay, so it probably affects armor slightly different. So it probably affects armor slightly differently. 240 centimeter green laser cannon. Armor effectiveness at range is lower. Okay, so that's why infrared are handled differently. Infrareds are better on armor at range. Oh wait, no, wait a minute, I'm reading this backwards, I think. I think this means that armor is less effective against green lasers. Okay. That would make sense, they are an upgrade of the infrareds. Okay. So ship classes. Warhammer. Upgrade. Warhammer Block 2. Ship classes. So we now have the Block 2 Warhammer, which has a green laser rather than an infrared. Okay. I learned that armies are atrocious at fighting Xenoflora. They literally attack the remnants of a light infestation with no effect. See, yeah. Armies are not great at dealing with Xenoflora. I'm not entirely sure why. We've managed to get inequality down to 3.2 and our rest cohesion up to 4.2. Hell yeah. And we've dropped below -8 from inequality when we go over our education limit. Nice. Per capita GDP is still going down, which kind of sucks. But I think we need every point that we can going into welfare so that we can get this number below... So that we can get this number below 3. Alright. Actually, how's Turkey doing? Okay, Turkey accidentally got set with a random priority. You're gonna focus purely on building mission control until you're at your cap. Because that's what matters right now. And then... I guess we'll work on getting this fixed. Because we don't want to merge you into the EU like that. That'll have detrimental effects. I've got 5 guys who can do most command missions to take out alien planets if aliens start getting bad again.
What's the
Yeah, I'm still working on getting my command person up and running. Oh man, Kiru is 60? Oh geez, that's gonna be a problem. We're rapidly reaching the point where our counselors might start dying of old age. That'll be a problem. Alright. 31st of January, a common concern completes. Cool. And that'll hopefully free up a little bit of our bonus for Social science. Actually, hold on. Didn't we... Hold on. Let me look at something real quick. Point defense array, point defense array. Life science labs. Themistocles. Nanofactories. Information science lab. Guess we can check here. No, we did not get... We do not yet have... We don't yet have, the upgraded lab, but we do have layered defense arrays, which we should probably put on some things. So that takes 10, so it's a net gain of 30 draw. It's like 90 days. Okay, can't really use them yet then. Maybe on my, Mars ones, maybe? Or like here, maybe? No, that's using all the power. I think we need the heavy fission reactor array. That might be the next science engineering project we do. After, Common Concern finishes, I guess. Can we force one of these to complete, like, sooner? We could get it done by the 1st of January. We can push it forward by a month. I say we do that, so that we can get to a new thing being done faster. And then Applied Artificial Intelligence gets done in July. That backs it up only by 4 days, but pushes it forward by 2 months, so let's do that.
Acknowledged.
We need to make everybody start doing stuff. Okay. Do you have... You do! Okay. I want you to start running low chance
going after their
passes
people
on India.
Ready for my mission. Headed there now.
Acknowledged.
Bingo. We could finally get around to killing this guy, but they already really hate us, and that might push us over the edge. So I think I'll avoid assassinations for now.
We'll grab them.
I think I'll detain this counselor.
Ready. Taking it to them.
Ready for my mission.
And you will also
Heading to
do
the LZ.
Assault alien megafauna, or xenoflora at this point. Okay. Select Victor 76. Bump down the speed. I need to know what operation you're here to perform. Wait, is anybody... Hold on. Aliens? Transferring to low Earth orbit, Victor 6, coming this December. They're all standoff vessels. The same class of alien ship. G56 violet laser. Alien plasma batteries. Come on. Make your move.
Mission cancelled.
Alright. Oh, come on. N'Djamena. Which one is it firing at, out of curiosity? This one. That's at 100% strength, so he's done literally nothing to this thing. Alright, try the not moving bits, maybe. Where did Victor... Okay, so Victor 64 is doing surveillance. Where did Victor 76 go? Alright, so they were just... They keep doing this! They keep passing by Earth just to, like, go elsewhere. It's really scary. No, I think it's because I've been over cap again for a bit. I've been over my mission control cap for hate from them. So... we'll set you on anti-xenoforming patrol.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
We lost their trail.
Not bad. Go ahead and repeat that. Wait, what? So is... Interesting. Ah, because all of the members of it are now the same faction. Okay, buddy.
Score one for the good guys.
The LZ is secure.
Nice. Daka is free of Xenoflora.
Recon complete.
That didn't really help any. Directed space research? No, that's mine. Blackhawk Station is coming online. Nice. You know when aliens are regularly coming to a planet you're on to destroy an orbital station, generally the warnings about them coming to Leo are so irrelevant to my affairs that I always tune it out. Yeah, unfortunately, the warnings for that and the warning for they're just coming to the planet for a visit are almost identical.
Ready for orders.
At least to me.
I will tell our
We
story.
now have the majority
Where do
share
you need me?
Where do you need me?
in India stock. Gotta say, this section of the game I really don't like. Where I'm simultaneously, like, not strong enough to actually start a full-blown war with the aliens. But in order to get strong enough, I kinda need to do shit
We'll
that
make
pisses
our
off the aliens.
Standing by.
So I'm just, like, in this limbo. I'm really hoping the mission control finishes up soon. All the modules we built started building. Well, started building. Alright, we need to set up.
Standing by.
You know, I'd rather like to have a faction that won't piss off the aliens to fight. Because right now, all I've got really are the Protectorate and the Servants. Both of them will piss off the aliens to fight. If they are headed to an orbital station, the game will explicitly warn you if they are coming to bombard surface habs or Earth targets unless they change it. It doesn't give a precise warning in ETA. They're just headed to that planet's orbit, usually lower orbit. Ouagadougou.
Gear up.
Reporting in.
Kobold.
Gear up.
Also, you can upgrade. Pre-protection, embedded sensors, scrambler. Yeah, no. We're just gonna get you extra command. Man. Shardanka is 61. Wow. Apologies if you die of old age soon, man. Glance rotates and such. Yeah, it makes sense that it's kind of hard to tell exactly where they're pointing when it's spin.
Ready to go. Going in
You
hot.
also attack the Xenoflora in Ouagadougou. Alright, we're in December. This means a bunch of shit is about to start happening. Because a bunch of things were scheduled to complete in December. Nice. Settlement cores. The settlements are completing. And the settlement mining complexes are completing on Mercury. Look at that, 25 metal. Progress made against FEV. Rift Valley fever, which has come to be commonly known as FEV, has continued to spread almost unchecked across the globe. However, a recent breakthrough on board Francisco Javier Mina Station has the potential to change that. While the current treatment makes extensive use of unique facilities available on Francisco Javier Mina Station, the staff are confident that they can adapt the treatment for Earth-based hospitals as well. 300 bucks is not enough. Give me the public opinion boost across the world, please.
We hold no sway in their minds.
Dang it! Rolled an 84 on an 83. Coming to blow up a major station that could not protect it. However, the hate went down below 50 before they arrived, and thus they turned around and went home upon arrival. Nice. Hello, Victor 6. You're the problem. We're still 22 days away from anything being done. Okay.
Our cause is unjustified to them.
Why were you doing a public campaign in the EU? Well, you failed either way. Okay. Okay. That is just a really... Oh. Really weirdly set up. These are all colony ships. Why did they bring a whole bunch of colony ships for a surveillance mission? I can't exactly fight it, there's so many of them, but if they're here for surveillance and they're going to be here till June, I might be able to get my fleets up and running. Also, my phone is being incredible. It has been on 1% now almost the entire stream. It's still on and working. Okay.
Targets got away.
They're just here to do surveillance, which I don't like. I want to stop them. But I might be able to wait this out a little bit until I have a proper fleet setup to fight them. Joan d'Arc. Aletta is complete.
The LZ is secure.
Nice. Repeat and continue. That's a bigger fleet. They keep sending big fleets towards LEO-1.
The LZ is secure.
Nice. Cleared out
Target
Mandalay.
destroyed.
Repeat and continue. Where is the irregulars? Oh. What the fuck? Agrippa Shipyard, huh? which is in really high orbit of... Oh, that's right! I sent the Mars Defense Fleet to menace... That's right. I was like, why on earth is there no people here? Because I sent them to menace the ship that was here to bombard. Okay. They can return to Agrippa Shipyard.
It is tempting
and
to
collect
think of
their
our
buddy.
expansion into the stars as simply the continued evolution of human knowledge. Yet the truth is that it will spawn new fields of science, entirely new schools of thought. It is not a mere step forward. It is to pull the rug from under everything we thought we knew. Director Khalid Al-Ashqar, Master's Thesis, Oxford University.
They've chosen Space Assault Doctrine. I don't mind this. Alright, next turn we get next gen aerospace with no help from fucking anybody else. Okay. Of course, the moment I move them away, these guys show up to fucking... Oh, they got a fucking cruiser? Okay. Bruh. I, like, didn't have any time to react at all to that. Alright. Bradley Base. What was Bradley Base? Already lost it. Cool. That was Utopia Planitia again. They broke Utopia Planitia again. Are you satisfied? Oh, they're coming for the Martian Defense Fleet. Alright. Alright, I guess this might be where we lose Agrippa. Which might just be fine, because we can build out this. That'll be a temporary shipyard once it completes, basically. That is, depending on how poorly this goes. We have the Praederi, a Locust 5M class gunship with a green laser cannon. The Swiftsure, one of our first Warhammers. The Audacious, a Trebuchet. And the Alliance, another Trebuchet. What does auto-resolve say? Hold on. Think it lets you choose whether or not to fight it out anyway. It doesn't let me save right now. Right, auto-resolve. Auto-resolve says complete and utter loss. I think I can do slightly better than that. Position the fleet behind the Hab. If anything's gonna take the brunt of damage, I want it to be the point defense arrays. not me. Right. Trebuchets. So. You, with your green laser cannon, are gonna be on Guardian duty. The Warhammer is also gonna be on Guardian, but I want the 480 to be set up for combat. My hope is I can get this cruiser out alone. Actually, this has given me an idea. What was the key? Was it... No. How did I raise elevation? Alright, whatever. You guys maneuver this way. I want you guys to try and come around the side. Let's get around the side. I wonder if they'll recognize this as a flanking maneuver. Or at the very least, the attempt at one. Alright. They're getting in range. Which one is that? Fading sky is breaking off to move this way. Okay. Okay. Not be exposing your back. Please and thank you. torpedoes are coming out. Okay. You guys are going to all systems fire. On the rising moon. And then keep yourselves facing it. Well, they've got torpedoes coming at me now. Alright. Disengage. Disengage. Burn as hard as you can, as fast as you can, away from here. Dang it. Let's Trebuchet 1 down. Like, seriously, how do I... Alt just reverses it. Alright, up you go. Alright, let's see if any of these torpedoes make it. I doubt it. There's 3 laser boats here. Oh shit, they disabled one of my fucking autocannons. Oh wait, was that me impacting the fucking station? Oh wait, no, it was me being shot. Yeah, that'd do it. Cool, so my Swiftsure never got to even do anything. Nothing of mine even really got to fire a shot. Yeah. This is the they beat the shit out of me section of the game. And there goes Agrippa Station. Agrippa Shipyard is dead. what are they up to now? They're gonna destroy it soon. That would be really good. Hong Kong Triad. That might also be nice to get our hands on. You've got a weird amount of science stuff on you. Nice, but this lets you take Sanctum Research Associates. Gives you 2 extra science to work with, and plus 15 to our space science. Nice. Council orgs are currently providing 21. Yeah. Well, the problem was is they were in range, but they disabled all of my ability to fight them before I could really turn to face. Alright, we are really gonna need something new. I think part of that comes from building chargers. Or just a bunch of commandos. Those also might be cool to make as well. I've sometimes researched better weapons quickly, not because I needed them for the fleet, but to upgrade the fortifications so they can hit harder and at range. Yeah. I'm just not really there yet. Again, like I said, I really don't like this section of the game where I'm just far enough that I need to start prepping for doing serious damage to the aliens, but not quite far enough that I can actually properly fight them yet. Honestly, although a bit of a depressing way to end this, I have been streaming for 8 hours, and I've got a big stream tomorrow planned. If you didn't see it on Twitter, because it's actually been a minute since I talked about it, I am planning a massive Resident Evil marathon for the months of January and February, where I try and beat literally all of the Resident Evil games before Requiem comes out. So I'm going to be streaming like every day, only like 2 hours in the morning on most days, but every day I'm going to be streaming. So that's going to be a thing. And if I'm going to do that, I cannot do that with the amount of sleep that I got today. So I'm going to try and get some sleep so that I can exist for New Year's and then immediately start streaming the moment New Year's ends. But, yeah. I hope y'all enjoyed. I'm glad I was able to get one more stream of this game in before the year ended. I'm also impressed that this iPhone hasn't died. I think it's been I think it's been like necromancying itself all this time. So I'm gonna let it charge and rest and cool down a bit. So I get it. I totally get that. I'm just really excited about Requiem coming out, so... Anyway, y'all have a good one.